And this is where we are in this country right now.
Trump promised to stop the carnage, and yet every day he makes sure it continues.
Trump has made it clear that reality is not important to him.
Hope, but this president, hope? No, he can't even go through the motions.
His meandering screed was not close to anything one would normally expect or accept of a president, but that shouldn't surprise us.
It's about sanity. It's about somebody who makes stuff up, who doesn't read.
But Donald Trump is the last person I would trust with my kids' safety.
My 10-year-old knows better than what he just said.
Twitter, you shouldn't be allowing this, and you should be taking these tweets down.
The way that this is being covered right now suggests that Donald Trump somehow is getting away with all of these lies.
This president traffics in racism.
He is a racist through and through.
The president has the temperament of a toddler and the mind of a white supremacist.
But Donald, you're a sick person. You're really a cruel, sick, disgusting person.
The American people will come first once again.
The grassroots can organize and take on all the powers that be and defeat them.
Not all leaders are born. Leaders can be made. You can make yourself a leader.
Be a leader to make a difference. And I did believe and do believe that we can do it.
But if I get elected president, I will bring it back bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and we will make America great again.
We need you, and we can do it if we work together.
We are called to be faithful and to give it everything we've got and leave it all on this field. And then we trust him for the outcome.
We have the talent and the resources and the commitment of people right here in this room to turn our country around, to turn it in the right direction instead of the left direction.
We will honor the American people with the truth and nothing else.
You're either for the Constitution or you're not. You either believe in the Constitution the way the people wrote it, and you believe in the laws the way that we, the people, wrote them, or you want to impose your own values.
And we do need leaders like you in the conservative movement who have the courage of your convictions and who you can get other people to come along and join you.
We are counting on you to educate your representatives and public officials about these issues.
There is nothing that we cannot accomplish according to the grace of Almighty God who we serve. There's no victory we cannot win. There are no odds too long.
It is time to show the whole world that America is back, bigger and better and stronger than ever before.
Welcome, everybody, to the Eagle Countdown. I'm Ed Martin. We're here at the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Washington, D.C. Center, our D.C. Center, where so many things happen out of this office. We'll talk about this together, but we're so pleased to be with you. We expected this weekend to be together for Eagle Council, our 49th Eagle Council, and unfortunately, I can complain about her. I guess I should. Why not? The D.C. mayor has made it very difficult for us to have that event. We were going to be at the Trump International Hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue for our 49th Eagle Council. We've had to delay that until after the new year, probably late January. We'll keep you informed. But we didn't want to lose the opportunity, the instinct of our founder, Phyllis Schlafly, to gather together in whatever way we could in the days before the election. For 49 years, Eagle Council was a chance to get together for a long weekend. We would do things. I used to tell people, I asked Phyllis about it. I came up with this. She never used these words, but I said the Eagle Council was fortify and fellowship. We get together and fortify ourselves on what the issues are, what's happening, how to understand them. We hear from experts. We hear from people on what's going on, strategy, and then we fellowship with all these people that are in the trenches too. So Eagle Countdown is our chance strategy session. We're not trying to do a virtual conference. We're not trying to do Eagle Council. We're going to do that after the new year. But we do want to take a couple of hours today and again tomorrow and again on Tuesday and get some of those key people in. Talk about the strategy that's going on and what's happening. So let's begin like we do at every meeting that I ever was at with Phyllis Schlafly and the Eagles. We begin with the Pledge of Allegiance and a prayer. We start by recognizing our flag and pledging allegiance. If we were Democrats, we would drop under God and we might change the words around. But let's just say the pledge. I'm going to stand up and say it. If you like to say it where you are or not, please do. And then we'll say a brief prayer and we'll get started. So join me as we do the Pledge of Allegiance. Here we go. We've got the flag right over here. And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you all. Let's begin with a word of prayer, too, as we begin our Eagle Countdown. And first, let me say a word of thanks to the Lord for the gift of Phyllis Schlafly, first of all. Just a great gift to our nation, and we thank you, Lord, for that gift and what it's done for so many of us. But let me just begin with a word of prayer in general. Father God, we ask you to bless our time together, these hours together, those that are gathering online, those that will watch this as a replay on any of the channels where we're broadcasting it. And Lord, we just ask you to bless us as we come together. Bring your truth and your wisdom into our discussions. We ask you to bless the speakers that are coming forward to be with us by Skype or in person. Bless them and thank them, Lord. We thank you for their gift that they bring to us, whether it's senators or activists or workers in the field, like in the vineyard, like all of us. We just thank God for the gift. Father, we ask you to bless our nation in the next 40 plus days as we gather here tonight. We know in the next 44 days, we will be making decisions about our country and so much happening. Just bless our nation, Lord, and help us to turn our eyes to you and your wisdom and your word and your son and make things so right in our lives and right in our nation. I ask you, Father, to bless all of those who are attending this in whatever form. Encourage them where they are. Sometimes they're working so hard in the vineyards where they are, which are uphill battles, but we ask you to bless them. I'll read this famous scripture verse from Isaiah that Phyllis relied on to close, and we'll begin. It's from Isaiah 40:31. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Thank you, Father, for the gift of this time, and I ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Well, thank you, everybody. I think there he is. John Schlafly is going to come in here and sit with us. I'm going to run you through a little bit of what's happening over the next couple of days, and I just ask you to kind of work with us. We're here in the Phyllis Schlafly Center in Washington, D.C., just a few blocks from the United States Supreme Court and the Capitol. And, in 1981, Phyllis Schlafly opened up her first D.C. office. Come in here, John. Come on in here. Our D.C. office, Phyllis Schlafly opened up a D.C. office in 1981. And when she did that, I was looking at her notes on the meeting. Hi, John. How are you? Her meeting notes back then were, her notes about opening that office said she wanted to have an office. She wasn't moving to Washington. She said she wanted to have an office so she could have her people in D.C. and the people making decisions in the Reagan administration and Congress would know she was there even when she wasn't, and help lift up her voice. And all these decades later, we have had a presence in Washington. And I'll tell you, on Saturday morning after Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away on Sunday morning, I got a text from a senator saying, hey, can you talk about what's going on? He wanted to know what Phyllis might have thought about some of the people on the list and all these kinds of things. But the reason we're in Washington, not in the swamp, not of the swamp, John, just in the swamp, is to try to make our voices heard. And a lot of what we're going to do in this strategy session is the voices that you have in your community and how we can make them stronger and be together. So first of all, John, do you have any deep thoughts as we start out this time together?
Well, hello everyone. I've just arrived in the swamp from a road trip of 800 miles.
Wow.
And, so
you don't like to fly.
I apologize for my appearance. I haven't taken a plane since the pandemic hit, it's true. But I'm eager to join this meeting, and I can offer some reflections on Phyllis Schlafly's career and history as much as you would like, Ed.
Well, John, first of all, about Eagle, before you walked in, I was giving some background. We're doing Eagle Countdown. We're going to talk about the issues what's happened in 4 years with the Trump administration, what the policy issues were and what we're on the brink of. But maybe just a reflection on Eagle Council. Eagle Council, this would have been the 49th year. What is Eagle Council? And you've been to dozens and dozens of them. I suppose you've probably been to 30. But what is Eagle Council? What was Phyllis doing when she had these get-togethers?
Well, Phyllis believed meetings were important, and she called meetings and people came. She hosted meetings, she ran the meeting, she presided. She really prided herself on her ability to plan and conduct a meeting effectively. And so she had run many meetings before even Eagle Council started in 1972, the first one, I believe, under the current numbering system. She had been run a number of meetings, and she programmed them, and she presided and led, and people went away from those meetings armed with the enthusiasm and the ability to go back to their home communities and make a difference for America.
Well, and so John, that's one of the things I wanted to say as we're talking all these days. We have 3 days together, many hours, all these different speakers, and I have two questions I'm going to ask every speaker. I'm going to say to every speaker, what's your favorite Trump administration promise kept? So when he was running, you were an early supporter of his, your mother was an early supporter, and the two questions I'm going to ask, so you'll hear the second one, you can start planning on it, but the first one is, what's your favorite Trump promise kept? And then the other one is, what should the everyday person, what should the person at home do to get involved right now? What's your one thing to do? So what's your favorite Trump promise kept? John Schlafly. Doesn't have to be it's not at Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. You're not speaking now for the corporation. What's your John Schlafly promise kept that Trump, the administration, did?
Well, it's my favorite thing, to be honest about it, is the characteristics of the man himself. He's a fighter. He simply is not giving up. His enthusiasm for the job and for the campaign is just astounding. And I don't know if you just saw his last rally last night in North Carolina. It was just like 2016 all over again. He's found his voice again, and he's talking about the same themes. And so, of course, there are a number of specific bullet points in the administration, although I think we have to acknowledge that these getting pushed back by the permanent government in Washington, the swamp as we call it. And so, there's not as many miles as we hoped, there's not as many judges as we hoped, but there's an awful lot. There's a heck of a lot, really. And we simply want to continue that for another 4 years.
Well, John, I remember being with Phyllis Schlafly in probably 2015 or 16, and Trump was on the TV and he did something, and she laughed out loud and she said something like, they don't know what to do with a guy like this. He doesn't, there was a debate for about a minute after Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. I watched the channels, and even Fox was saying, maybe President Trump will announce that he's going to wait until after the election to pick. And about 10 minutes later, he tweeted, we'll replace it. That's why we got hired, was to replace, and people expect that. It is extraordinary to see. It's the question I have for you is, the media has gotten worse and worse. It almost like you can't find your way through to the real Trump. Like you said, when the pandemic struck, he wasn't having his rallies. He almost wasn't getting his voice heard.
Well, last night in North Carolina, and since I was on the road for hundreds of miles, I was able to hear the whole thing. And the great majority of it was extemporaneous. By this time I can tell which parts are the script because I've heard the script before, and really about 3/4 of it was off the cuff, and he told some of the great stories that he's told before about how he was told that the new American embassy in Jerusalem, when they brought in a proposal to spend $1.1 billion, and he made a few calls and he got it done for about $500,000, and the duration, and then other stories like that. So those were some golden oldies, but it was spontaneous and the crowd was wonderful.
All right, John, the second question I'm going to ask all these different guests. We're going to have Senator Grassley, Senator Rand Paul, we're going to have congressmen. We've had, I think, 30 videos recorded. People sent us their congressmen and others. So I'm going to ask the second question every time I can. What should the regular person's watching? We know our Eagles, and a lot of the Eagles we're going to hear from too. But what do you say right now? You're looking at 44 days, 43 days from the election. What should people be doing today in terms of getting motivated?
Well, I think everyone participating in this meeting is motivated, but right. I would say that you've got to be conscious about the election process. There are so many details, there's so many things that can go wrong. If anyone who has any participation in the system of conducting an election, now is the time to get activated and be on hair trigger alert for watching for things that could go wrong, because what we hear is the number of mail-in ballots is unprecedented, and the system can't really cope with that many. The elections need to be monitored by poll watchers from people on both sides in order to conduct a fair process. Elections are conducted locally in America, not at the national level. We have a Federal Election Commission, which is a federal agency. It has nothing to do with the actual election. Really, right. Nothing. Its jurisdiction is campaign finance, which is totally different. So elections are conducted by the county clerks or a director of elections. I learned that in Iowa it's called an auditor. It may be called something different in your state, but get involved with the process of watching, of auditing, of counting, of verifying, of matching. There's so many details that go into that, and everybody listening should be volunteer and get involved with that process.
Now, you remember John McLaughlin, the McLaughlin Report?
I do.
Do you remember how well and what he would do? I'm playing him now, and I'm saying, thank you, John. Wrong. Because here's the thing that everybody should do today, and I think you'll back me up. Right now, if you have your pencil out, the number to call to get to the Capitol switchboard to ask for your senator and tell him to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Don't you think? I think right now, I can tell you the left has activated to have every one of their people call the senators and say it's the end of the world if you vote to do this. I think we should have everybody. It's 202-224-3121, 202-224-3121, because, and I think it's absolutely almost miraculous, the conversation, you see the front page of the New York Times, you were driving, the front page of the New York Times, Washington Post today, nothing about all the other craziness, all about the Supreme Court. And Trump is in his element. He's got candidates to pick. He says, I'm going to pick them. He's getting ready to do an apprentice-like audition. He'll put somebody out. But we need our people, I think, to raise their voices to every single senator and say, hey, I want you to do your job. Don't you think it's important?
I think that is important. Now, realistically, Ed, I don't think that the whole process of assuming there's a nominee, that the process of confirmation can be done before the election, but because that would be almost unprecedented. But with the point being, though, that there is a vacancy, we have a president, and Justice Ginsburg, bless her heart, and may she rest in peace, but she made a bet that she could survive this president, and God works in mysterious ways. And we've got to move forward with our country. We need a vacancy filled. And there could be some very, very important Supreme Court decisions immediately after November 3rd, because this election very likely will be litigated. And those cases may go to the Supreme Court, as they did in the year 2000.
All right, well, John, I got one more thing, and then I'll let you go. We're going to get to some of our Skype guests. John Schlafly, you mentioned Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and I know we've all said rest in peace and all, but let's be honest. In terms of characters acting in American life in the last 35 or 40 years, she was one of the more effective and therefore damaging in terms of her role of almost anybody. I mean, in terms of what she did, how she did it, it was an extraordinary life. I understand the president saying amazing, but really damaging.
Well, there's no question she was effective at her job. She was very, very smart. She carried what you might call the left wing of the Supreme Court, and she did so continuously for 20?
Well, but before that, she was an architect of a lot of the far left, the use of our courts to enact the far left's agenda, right? I mean, that's one of the things. She was active in that formation all along.
Well, she was in charge of the what they called Women's Rights Division of the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU. She was pushing to redefine different aspects, and she had even written a book called Sex Bias in the U.S. Code, which was a compendium of what she said were, every provision of the United States Code which made a distinction between men and women. And she insisted they all have to go, they all have to be abolished, and the Equal Rights Amendment would do that. And, regardless of whether, including the ones in which gave benefits and protections to women, they have to go too, in her view, for an absolute rigid gender equality.
Right. Okay, John, you can stay as long as you want, but John Schlafly will be back a bunch. But we're going to go now and do some of our Skype guests. You can stay or not. You don't have to, though. But we're going to go to Barry Sullivan. So, what I want to tell our viewers out there, I mentioned, Eagle Countdown. We're going to spend our time talking about what has happened over the last 3.5 years, why it matters, what the policy issues are. In other words, fortify ourselves. As John alluded to, there's places where we wanted to see more. One of them is Common Core. We sure would like to see the Education Department get rid of Common Core. But we'd sure like to see Planned Parenthood be even more dramatically defunded. There's lots of, but we also want to make sure we highlight that. And by the way, we have this little book here. John, do you have one of these yet? John, you'll get one of these. Yeah, this is the top 100 Trump promises made, promises kept, which is a document. It's like a handout, and you can look through it. By the way, I was looking as we did the prayer. This is the last lines of President Trump at the UN. We put a few of his great speeches in here, and he says, "So together, let us choose a future of patriotism, prosperity, and pride. Let us choose peace and freedom over domination and defeat. And let us come here to this place and stand for our people and their nations, forever strong, forever sovereign, forever just, and forever thankful for the grace and goodness and the glory of God." That was Donald Trump at the United Nations speech in 2018. So that's in this book. You can get this book on our website. Again, eaglecountdown.com is where people are, but also, of course, phyllisschlafly.com. And by the way, all this whole time we're together on the countdown, you're able to send us questions. If you're on Facebook, feel free to put questions in there. We have our folks watching that. If you're on Periscope, Twitter, my direct messages are open on Twitter. If you want to go through YouTube, you can leave it there. And we've got our folks, the questions will be by writing them out, and then we'll put them through our system. And also, you can also email us, info@phyllisschlafly.com, info@phyllisschlafly.com. We'll see all those questions, and we'll get to them. So our next, I think I have to get do I have to get a headset? What are you staying here?
Well, no. Well, let me just quickly
There's
add,
Barry right there, by the way, in case you want to see him.
I certainly don't want to take time away from our next exciting guest, but you mentioned Common Core, which is an issue perhaps someone might say is still on the to-do list for President Trump. However, when he just announced just last week the 1776 Commission, that is a long way toward fulfilling that promise, because what it means is, President Trump has been saying now for all of his speeches this year that children of our country should be taught to honor our history. Now, so the 1776 Commission, which is developing a curriculum for schools. He can't force schools to adopt it, but it will be available, and that is a giant step toward fulfilling that promise, Ed. So I was very glad to hear that.
Good. Thank you, John. And We're going to go to Barry Sullivan. Thanks, John. We'll have John Schlafly back a whole bunch of times this week, and he is, thank you. I know you're just getting off the road. So let's go to Barry Sullivan. Oh, one more thing. I just got a text from one of our viewers. That number again is 202-224-3121. 202-224-3121. If you call that number, it's the Capitol switchboard. Just ask for your senator by name. It'll go through to their voicemail likely. Leave a message, say your name, and say you want the Senate to act. While we're talking, one of our viewers is on Senator Daines' staff in Montana. He'll be here also. And he just texted and said, Senator Daines put out a statement saying we should proceed and fill that seat. So a lot of attention already from those that are watching Eagle Countdown. So again, 202-224-3121. I'll put it up on social media. We'll push it out there. But I think that's important. We need our side to make sure that our senators hear from us. So, okay, John, thank you. Let's go now to Skype. And our first guest is Barry Sullivan. And you all may know Barry Sullivan. He has been a part of our work, especially down in Florida. He was one of the speakers at our recent Phyllis Schlafly Eagles event in Naples, Florida. He has his own history as a pro-life leader, very personal to him. And he ran for Congress in 1990. Barry, you'll be happy to know that Phyllis used to say one of the most important things that she did was run for Congress and lose, because you learn how it works. And I did the same thing, she used to like to tell me. And he's been over 30 years, he's been speaking on pro-life issues and active in his church. And as he quoted, he said to us, he was raised in an Orthodox activist Catholic family where knowing and defending and sharing the faith was a requirement, not just an option. Of course, he's the son of Kathleen Sullivan, who was one of Phyllis Schlafly's great friends and continues to be our Florida leader and one of the leaders of our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, and one of the founders of RNC for Life, which we'll talk about more during this week. So welcome, Barry. How are you? I can hear you great. Yeah, thanks. You look great. You look younger. You're looking good. Hey, so Barry, 2 questions I'm asking everybody that comes through. Number one is, after 3.5 years, the Trump-Pence administration, what is your favorite Trump promise kept that these years he did, policy issue?
As far as it being legal up to the moment of birth, and the Democrats supporting that, pushing adoption and other things. And he did it throughout the campaign. And I know Phyllis had a lot to do with that. But I remember listening to Bush's and McCain and Romney. And when I ran for Congress, the quote unquote 3 pro-life people that I ran against would always say, I'm against abortion except for rape, incest, and life of the mother. Next question. So in other words, they were ashamed of the issue. And for 30 years, I've been saying, if people really knew how bad it was, they would be horrified and we would win people over. Now, that's not the reason we stand up for it, but that is a fact. And I think President Trump, every time I listen to him, he educates more and more people, and he makes it cool, if you want to use a term we used when I was young, to stand up for the unborn. It's not a throwaway line at the end of a debate where they hope, you can tell the candidate hopes he's not asked any more questions.
Yeah.
And that has just meant the world to me. That's
and you know, Barry, thank you for that. And the other night in, I think, Minnesota, the president was at a rally, and he I think the teleprompter was out, and so he went to just telling stories, and he didn't have any real speech to follow at all. One of the things he said was, you know, the governor of Virginia had this conversation where he said, if a baby's born after an abortion that's alive, we'll put it to the side and we'll decide what to do with it. And the media ran around and said, fact check, that's not what Governor Northam said. Well, we've heard the audio tape of Governor Northam. He's on a radio interview interview. He said that. And, Barry, here's another question for you. We're talking about Barry Sullivan. And a lot of families, you'd be one that would come in mind, would come out of backgrounds that would be a lot of Democrats, right? A lot of our families were union households and all. And just in the last 6 months, the last Democrat in the United States House who was pro-life, Dan Lipinski from up in the Chicago area, he was beaten in a primary by a candidate who was backed by AOC and Pelosi because he was pro-life. And the people say the parties have changed and all. The biggest change, I would say, in the last 15 or 20 years, there's no such thing as a pro-life Democrat. Joe Biden is not. He ran for office in the 1970s and was moderate on the life issue and all. There's no such thing as a pro-life Democrat anymore. What are your observations on that, Barry?
Yeah, absolutely. And I live in Maryland, and I run into people at the Catholic church I go to and in other instances, and when they tell me they're a Democrat, I just ask them straight out, it's your final judgment. Do you think the Lord's going to say, okay, you were okay with killing babies because the tax policy or the immigration policy was something that you liked? And again, if we go back to Nazi Germany, the people said Hitler, besides killing Jews, he really got the economy going again. It was that one issue that made him a tyrant and the devil for generations. And if anybody said, well, I supported Hitler, even though because I didn't want to be a one-issue voter, they would be ostracized. And yet, when it comes to us, then we're single-issue voters. And one thing before you go on, I want to congratulate you on your comments on Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It almost made me ill watching even Fox News making it sound like she was Mother Teresa with everything she did. Well, the fact is, she was appointed in 1993. 30 million unborn children were killed under her watch, and she supported that. Gay marriage became a reality in America, and the transgenderism just passed.
Right.
So if anything, and I don't wish that she's in hell or anything, but unborn children have more of a chance at life now that she's gone.
Well, I think, Barry, as you say, I mean, I don't speak, as you say, I don't speak about her soul. I don't know her. I all these stories of friendship, but we also recognize people by the fruits of what they did. And starting in the 1970s, she was an architect of the effort to have abortion as a right that people could call upon the government. And then she was part of the people that left, right, and center that fell for the idea that we could allow this in our country. So good point. Barry, last question for you. We're asking everybody, we're having this Eagle Countdown. It's this gathering together strategy session. We are listing what's gone on for the last 3.5 years, why it's important. We don't want to forget what happened as we listen to the media pound on us on a coronavirus count or whatever. But we want to listen to but we also want to say, what do we do? You've been in the trenches. You've been a pro-life fighter in the trenches, been a candidate. The second question I ask everybody is, how should people that are listening, they're in here from all over the country, and they're saying, what do I do now? Right now, 43 days from the election, Barry, what do you think people should be doing? What's your recommendation, actions they can take?
Yeah, the number one thing I find is put stuff on your social media pages and ask questions. For instance, I always ask people, did you know that abortion's legal through the moment of birth? Did you know you can get an abortion without your parents' permission? Because nobody should get mad at you for asking them a question about those kind of things, as opposed to telling them you're going to hell if you support abortion. But there's still tons of people who don't know what the law is. So I tell people, everybody that is a friend of yours, follows you or whatever, should know what abortion, the situation is, and that you're pro-life. And that means you put things like Father Pavone stuff on your Facebook page. It doesn't have to be the only things you put on, but those are the things. Everybody in your circle should know what the situation is and what they support. I also ask them about the transgenderism. Would you like your daughter having to compete against males because that's the law of the land now? And you have to ask these questions. And I tell them, if you don't believe me, call the Democratic Party and ask them if they support that. And then call me back. And nobody's ever called me back. But when you ask them, tell them to use the source that they're supposedly following, they can't really get mad at you, or they can get mad at you, but they can't really say he's being unfair because he's telling me to check with the Democratic Party.
Gotcha.
That's the most important thing, and you have to, everybody just bring it up. Did you know that abortion's legal to the moment of birth? In our county, we, and I go to it, the clinic very often, we have Carhartt late-term abortions up to the moment of birth, and we've lost women, to the hospital. About probably once a month, somebody goes to the hospital and people have died. Everybody who should know the situation, and if that costs you a few friends, just think of Christ and think of the 10 apostles. They all, 10 of them got martyred. So when people say, well, I don't want to get upset people, you're not a Christian if that's your philosophy when all these people, all these unborn children are getting killed.
Well, thank you, Barry. Thanks for taking the time today, Barry Sullivan, and we really appreciate it, and especially the voice of somebody who's in the trenches like you are, and comes from good bloodlines too. Kathleen Sullivan, of course, is one of our great Eagle leaders. I'm going to let you go, Barry, because we're actually going to bring on our aforementioned Father Frank Pavone to also talk here. Again, we're in the Eagle Countdown, everybody, and what we're doing is we're trying to have a conversation strategy session. So if you have questions or comments on whatever medium you're watching, or feel free to send us questions. Also, info@phyllisschlafly.com. You can send questions in by email, and they'll get to our team here, and we'll take them up. And so our next guest here on Eagle Countdown is Father Frank Pavone. And about, 10 years ago, I was at a conference with Phyllis Schlafly, and I might have been the first time that I ever met Father Frank Pavone. I've heard of him for years. And we went to a meeting on a Saturday afternoon for just a small group of people, sat around a table. And the thing that was so interesting, very similar to what we're doing here, is there was a lot of faith discussion, a lot of prayerful stuff, but then there was a question of how do we make progress with persuading people about what's going on to be active citizens? That we're not. I remember Phyllis Schlafly saying to me, we don't want to be a think tank. We don't want to be a place where we're just having essays. We want to turn the essays into action, take the steps. And so Father Frank Pavone, who heads up the Priests for Life, which you say to yourself, oh, well, he's a Catholic priest, heads up Priests for Life. Well, it's become a much broader ministry than its name. It's got a lot of projects within it. Alveda King does amazing work through his ministry, and then they're reaching out certainly to Catholics and Catholic priests, but also to all kinds of American citizens everywhere. And if I can say, in the last 5 years or so, his voice has become one that the political class listens to in a particular way. They have a sense of his both understanding of the grassroots conservatives, but also of the knowing politics. And so his title officially is National Director of Priests for Life, but I'll put all that aside. You know him. He's got all kinds of books too. But priestsforlife.org is the website. You can find out more and get engaged. So welcome, Father Frank Pavone. How are you today?
Hello, Ed. I'm doing great. Happy Sunday, and it's so good to be with you. Thanks for having me on.
Well, you're nice to come on Sunday. I know that's a work day for you guys. You end up having to do a lot on Sundays. Every day's a work day, but thank you for coming on. Father, we're having this Eagle Countdown. Over these 3 days, we're doing a kind of a strategy session with our Eagle leaders from across the country, from citizens. There's no charge to come in, so we got lots of other people in. I hope some of the lefties are watching to try to figure out what we're doing, because it's good for them to hear the truth. But I start with one question. Over the last 3.5 years, on policy, Donald Trump made promises as a candidate. He kept promises. What's your favorite, your top promise kept of the Trump-Pence administration?
Well, Ed, it's very simple. He said, I'm going to return power to the American people. Now, some citizens understand right away what that means. Others kind of scratch their heads of what exactly does he mean? And here's the essence of it. The essence of it actually goes back to why Phyllis Schlafly supported Donald Trump so vocally and right from the beginning. She said, look, we can teach him about specific issues. She wasn't looking primarily at, okay, what does he think about this issue? How much does he know about that issue? She was asking a crucially important question. To whom does he listen? Does he listen to the grassroots, or does he listen to the establishment? Does he listen to us, the American people, the American voters, or will he listen only to the elite and the special interest groups? He says we are the elite. Now, when he says return power to the American people, I see the fulfillment of that promise. And this is why it's my favorite one, because it overarches, I believe, all the rest. He returns power to the people, first of all, by appointing constitutional judges who are not going to advance their own agenda. If they're advancing the Constitution and the laws as they're written, then the power remains with us because we impact those laws through our elected representatives. His work on pro-life, defending the unborn, is returning power to the smallest of the people, okay? Inch by inch, step by step, bringing them more recognition. His defense of conscience, even to the point of starting an office for conscience and religious freedom, as you know, to enforce laws that already exist, but were being broken left and right, and people weren't sure, where do I go to complain, you know? Now there's a mechanism. Well, that's returning power to the people. I need to live my life every day in America knowing that my conscience is not going to be violated, and that I'm not going to have to choose between following my faith and following the law. You know, we can go right down the list, empowering people with jobs, replacing bad trade deals with good ones that give us more freedom, taking away regulations. When he said, I'm going to return power to the American people, all the regulations he's taken away, more than any other president has done, give businesses room to breathe and to grow. Choice in education. I mean, this is something Catholics, especially Catholics, clergy I talk to, don't seem to know much about all these accomplishments. I say you should be jumping up and down about school choice. You know, it's the church is always hammering that parents are the primary educators of their children. And he's defending that. He's defending the rights of students to pray in school and on campus, the students to speak their mind. As you know, I mean, we can go on and on. All the things he's done implement this fundamental point. Power belongs to the people, not to the government, not to the elite, not to the bureaucracy.
Well, and we're talking with Father Frank Pavone. I mentioned he was a great friend of Phyllis Schlafly's, late Phyllis Schlafly. They were pals and co-collaborators and co-fighters. But, you know, Father, I feel like we have less leadership from the spiritual side of things right now. You know, there was in a different period in our history, we had, you know, if you're a Catholic, you had Cardinal O'Connor, who was like starting the pro-life fight, and you had, and whether you liked it or not, and there were reasons not to, in my opinion, politically, Father Hesburgh was a dominant character in the civil rights era, and then you had, of course, Billy Graham and some of the other voices. It feels like we don't have that sort of spiritual movement, and this president promised to bring, you know, Christmas back, and I think he did a lot of the politically incorrect things about God and faith, and even the Judeo-Christian tradition. His speech a few days ago at the Constitution at the archives, I was there, and it was extraordinary. But what do you think about that, Father? Is it, you know, you and I had John Paul II was a transcendent figure in the Catholic Church, and now we have a current pope that confuses a lot of people whether they're Catholic or not. But Americans, I feel like they're missing some spiritual leadership. Am I feeling that wrong?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. I feel exactly the same way. We're going through a dry spell, you know, and maybe God gave us so many saints all at once, like Mother Teresa and John Paul II. And of course, Cardinal O'Connor, whom you mentioned, ordained me and set me on the path of doing Priests for Life. I mean, we do have a lack of leadership right now. I'll tell you something that may surprise some of our participants to hear, but it's absolutely true. I, as a priest who am ordained to preach the word of God every day from the pulpit, have received more encouragement, inner strength, and fanning of the flames, if you will, to do that from President Donald Trump than I have from any bishop in the Catholic Church.
Wow.
He, as you know, in 2017, he issued an executive order, and part of it had to do with us as clergy feeling free to speak our mind without retribution or interference from the government. I mean, boy, is that an encouragement. Yeah. And you know, and just the way he talks about how he and how all of us as Americans should value the spiritual leadership that the clergy bring. And not only do we have a vacuum in the spiritual leadership, but we've got some really head-scratching things being said right now by some religious leaders about this election. I mean, things that just don't make any sense. People who are spiritual leaders have got to start with common sense. Otherwise, they're going to make themselves irrelevant. And that's happening now, with some people who try to, it sounds, sometimes it's very explicit, where they make an open door, to voting for Biden. And it's like, wait a minute, guys. Is there no value for you in the strongest economy we've ever had and the peace deal with Israel, the spiritual significance of that, and on and on again, we can go through a list of accomplishments. It's bad. We are in a bad spot.
In my new book, which is out, Father, I'll send you a copy. Promises Made, Promises Kept. Top 100 Trump Promises. Number 62 is nominate pro-life justices. I want to get to that in a minute. Before I just want to acknowledge something you said. So many people, including our executive director in the Phyllis Schlafly Center in Washington D.C., her church, which is an evangelical Protestant church, they're stymied by leftist officials trying to stop people from worshiping because using the COVID as a problem. We have over a dozen Democrat attorneys general targeting the Little Sisters of the Poor. Now, if you're not Catholic, you don't know Little Sisters of the Poor, but you can hear from their name, they're not exactly a threat. They're the Little Sisters of the Poor, and more than 12 Democrat attorneys general are targeting them. Joe Biden said when he gets to be president, he'll make sure that the Little Sisters of the Poor have to pay for abortion and contraceptive coverage when he's on. This is crazy stuff, and it is hard to believe. Father, I want to ask you though about Ruth Bader Ginsburg and what you feel and felt as you saw her pass away, and then where we are in terms of what the next 40 plus days will be, and then the future of the Supreme Court.
I always have thought that the death in 2016 of Antonin Scalia was a key factor in President Trump's victory, a key factor, because while we know a lot of voters are and should be motivated by the Supreme Court as a voting issue, we don't vote directly for the justices, we vote for them indirectly by whom we choose for president and for U.S. senators. Right. Instead of being a theoretical matter, it became a very, very concrete matter right before their eyes. And when I heard the news the other day, of course, as we all did about Ginsburg, I thought the very same thing. I said, the dynamics of this election have just changed. And what was already the most intense election of our history, and what was certainly going to be the most intense Supreme Court confirmation battle of our history, have now been superimposed.
Right.
And
it's amazing.
Nothing, these next 40 some odd days, we have never seen anything in American history more intense than this, I am convinced. And that may also include the Civil War period. This I'm just dumbfounded at, how, obviously we're going to live through these next weeks and we're going to get through it. And I believe we're going to win. But this is going to require every ounce of everything we've ever learned, of all the energy we've ever stored up, of all the experience that we can draw upon, of all the strength of character that all of us have, all those that are joining us now. This is our moment now, more than any time in the past, precisely because of what you just brought up.
Yeah, it is going to be amazing. Let me go to some questions from our folks. Again, on Eagle Countdown, everybody, whatever venue you're watching on, medium you're watching on, you can get us questions through the comments, YouTube, on Periscope, Twitter, Facebook, send them through. Or if you have an email, if you're watching this on a replay and you want to email us questions, we can always get them through to Father. He's one of these guys that's very responsive. You send an email, he responds. It's like me, he responds in the middle of the night. info@phyllisschlafly.com is our thing. But I had a question for someone. They said Father Pavone is someone that everybody thinks is a nice guy. I don't know if everybody, but there you go, nice guy. But what does he say about Trump's tweets and about when Trump is sometimes really harsh and mean? How does a man of the cloth, Father, how do you handle some of let's go ahead and say sometimes the president's kind of nasty when he punches back. How do you handle that and respond to it?
He fights for us. The problem we have had with too many past presidents, even Republican ones, is that they weren't fighters. Sure, they would say yes to the things we believe, but they didn't get things done. They didn't get half the things done that President Trump does. They didn't stand up to NATO not paying their fair share, America getting ripped off by China, all these things, getting rid of the world's top 2 terrorists. What took so long? Estimating the ISIS caliphate. Listen, everybody, we got to get this point straight. First of all, this election cannot be about personalities. It's got to be about policies. It cannot be about accusations. It's got to be about accomplishments. And it's got to be about one basic, simple question that kind of ties in, Ed, with my answer to your first question in our conversation today. He's a fighter. Whatever, no matter what he's saying or where he stands on various issues, he fights for us. Now, the flip side of that coin, our strengths are our weaknesses. So if you're really a tough fighter, well, then sometimes you're going to be tough, and it's going to express itself maybe in words that might be harsher than you were used to hearing from a president. So what? He's fighting for us, and he's fighting effectively. And Ed, I summarize it this way. I would much rather have a president whose tweets I don't like than whose judges I don't like.
All right, the other question I ask everybody on this, Father, we're talking with Father Frank Pavone. And again, if you're enjoying this conversation, we're doing this whole Eagle Countdown live, virtual conversation, all that's going on. But your comments are welcome, your questions, and then we'll be putting this up on social media and YouTube and video so you can see it. You can come find it. If you hear this, you want to go back and listen to Father. He's got a way with words and understanding things. But the other question I ask everybody that's coming through on this is, and by the way, we're going to have Senator Grassley tomorrow, and I think Senator Hawley is sending a video, Ted Cruz. I mean, we'll have a lot of folks coming through, everybody, asking these we're starting with the best. We start on the Sunday. We start with the priest on Sunday, and then we'll warm up and we'll go with the senators and the congressmen on Wednesday, on Tuesday and Monday. But here's the other question I like to ask everyone. I'm going to ask everyone is, first was you answered already, favorite promise kept. The second one, though, is 43 days from the election day. What can the person who's watching, maybe they've been involved, maybe they haven't, maybe they're sick of their Republican Party, maybe they live in California, whatever the reason, what do you, Frank Pavone, Father Frank Pavone, say you should be doing, you could be doing as an action step in these days?
Okay, a few things. Number one, register voters now. Only a few more weeks until the deadlines in the various states start to kick in. Check your voterregistration.com is a special domain at which you can make sure your registration is up to date. Do it, get as many other people to do it as possible. Early voting has even already begun. We've got to get people to the polls. Here's the simple thing, Ed, that I want to implore people to do. Give as much of your spare time, as much of your time, period, as you can in these next 43 days. Give as much of your time as you can to this election. Put other things aside. I've put all my other projects aside, working morning and night, nonstop, focused in on this election. And as many of us, I know many of you who are watching are doing exactly the same thing. Others, of course, we have many other commitments in life. But listen, as much as you can. And step up to the plate. We need people making phone calls and knocking on doors. And there's various organizations that do this. Our friend, let me start with saying the campaigns. Go to armyfortrump.com, for example, Army for Trump, and sign up, be it to be a digital activist, to be a phone caller, to be a door knocker. You'll get the training. Various other groups do it as well. And we need your hands. We need your voices. Now's the time. It's the voter-to-voter contact. That's the name of the game right now. That's how this election is going to be won.
Well, and we're talking with Father Frank Pavone. Father, the messages are coming in on Facebook. One of the Facebook comments was, I'm fired up now. Thank you, Father Frank Pavone. So that's someone. But here's a question back. How do you fight, question from Facebook, how do you fight for what you believe in face of the mob that's so mean and nasty and threatening? How do people, not everybody's going to be, willing to be, a martyr. You mentioned the martyrs earlier. I mean, there's a lot of fear of the mob and of what's happening. How do you encourage people in the face of that fear and that violence?
I think we can only do one thing, and it comes back down to the central question we're discussing here right now. We have got to make sure President Trump wins. And I say that, and all the Republicans win. And I say that because even just from the perspective of this question, what authority do we have? They're the ones that are going to bring law and order into these cities. We've got to get the Democrat mayors out. We've got to get the Democrat governors out. This is right now, this is the solution to this problem. Now, get the mobs out by getting the Democrats out. Then what we've got to do is, because the Republican platform and as the president keeps saying, he's going to protect our Second Amendment rights. I mean, ultimately, if things really fell apart, I mean, this is why the founders foresaw the need for the right to keep and bear arms. It sounds scary, but right now it's the ballot box, it's those phone calls, it's those knocking on doors, it's that voter contact. That's, the outcome of this election, Ed, I'm convinced, can very well be right now in the hands of just those that are watching us live right now. When you think about how close the margins can be. But I think that's the only solution. We've got to bring into power those that believe in law and order and are willing to get the mob out of the way.
Another question back. Amy Coney Barrett, and maybe you do or don't want to comment on specific possible nominees, but the quote I have here, someone sent me, is how when she was nominated, she was asked by Senator Feinstein, and I think Kamala Harris might have backed it up, this question about, oh, you're a very devout Catholic, the dogma runs strong in you, or something like that. Yeah. Now, I know, because I was motivated by this, that the Princeton University president, who's not Catholic, objected. The Anti-Defamation League objected. They said this is unacceptable. The president of Notre Dame, the current president, Father Jenkins, who's not perceived as a particularly a conservative, he's more of whatever he would be, but he objected. Even the Harvard Law Review wrote a piece and objected. They said this is the kind of religious test the Constitution was supposed to ban. And, we leave aside Kamala Harris objected to the Knights of Columbus. She said there was something wrong with the Knights of Columbus. But I guess, Father, as we go into this, they took Brett Kavanaugh and made up lies about him and tried to destroy his family. As a matter of this high-profile appointment, how do you expect the Catholic question to fit into it?
Well, if Amy is the nominee, and she would be absolutely stellar, of course, she's on the president's list, and thank God he published that list. Joe Biden, where's your list? I want to see it. No, it's going to be an issue. The Democrat Party has become the home for the religiously neutral, for the religious, for the nuns, as we call them, those who say I have no religious affiliation. And it's coming out. Leaving out under God in the pledge is one manifestation, but an even worse one is this outright bigotry that comes across, not from the Republicans, but from the Democrats on these Senate Judiciary Committee hearings. We're going to see that again. They tried it on her once. She's very strong. She's been through this process of confirmation. And if she's chosen, they'll bring it on to her again. They're shameless. They're absolutely shameless. And people who are Catholic in particular have to understand, they hate the Catholic religion. They see it, and Hillary Clinton actually clued us into this 5 years ago. Remember, she gave that speech. It was in an international setting where she said basic religious creeds have to be changed.
Right.
It's like, what is that? Freedom is just the opposite of that. No, they don't have to be changed. They have to be respected. They have to be protected. The duty of government is not to change our religious beliefs, it's to protect them and help us to live by them. And that's the challenge we have to give to the Democrats. That's the challenge we have to give. If, in fact, the nominee ends up being a Catholic, we're going to see that bigotry raise its ugly head again.
All right. Thank you, Father Frank Pavone, everybody. Thanks for your questions, too. Father Frank Pavone, again, his website is priestforlife.org. You can go there. There's a lot of resources there. We appreciate you talking about these issues and highlighting promises kept and also some tips, Father. We'll talk to you again soon. And I know I can tell you again, Phyllis Schlafly appreciated your leadership and appreciated your friendship, too, all those many times at the CNP and other places. So thank you, Father, and we'll talk again soon and wish you well. Thanks for taking the time today.
All right, Ed. God bless you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And all right, we're going to keep moving because and so I just want to highlight for people again, Eagle Countdown. Thank you to all of you already for the questions and comments you're having. We are Eagle Countdown is streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube and on Periscope and on Twitter feeds. And so wherever you find it, if you put comments, have questions, you can send them in. We'll get them asked to our guests. And also, if you want to just send an email, info@phyllisschlafly.com, info@phyllisschlafly.com. Just to restate it for folks that are joining at different times, Eagle Countdown, it's kind of our replacement because we're supposed to be doing Eagle Council. The 49th Annual Eagle Council was supposed to be this weekend. We delayed it till late January or early February next year. We've got all kinds of reasons why, but we didn't want to miss a chance to talk about strategy and educate ourselves. You know, what's going on? What are the issues that we're facing? What are the questions about policy, about the direction? And then what are we on the brink of? You know, what are the debates about? What are the choices about in terms of coming in 43 plus days? And so I'm glad people can join us. Eagle Countdown will be here today until 8 o'clock East Coast time, and then tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday again. I joked earlier that today we started with all the nice guys, and then the next 2 days we'll have senators and congressmen and bureaucrats and people, the good ones. But so our next guest is somebody that I got to know over the last about year and a half, and his name is Ron Kessler. And Ron Kessler has written a dozen books or more. 21 nonfiction books, 21 best-selling author. Started out his career as an investigative journalist. I think he'll correct me if I get it wrong. It's not in my notes here, but I think he was at one of the Worcester papers in Worcester, Massachusetts, if I recall correct. Ron, you'll have to correct me if I got it wrong. But he ended up at the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post for many years, and he had this serendipitous occurrence that he used to spend time in Palm Beach, Florida, decades ago, and met a younger Donald Trump and became friendly enough with him that when he wrote a book about the Palm Beach life there, Ron did. He knew him well, and then he's written another book though that. And by the way, RonaldKessler.com. RonaldKessler.com is a website. You'll see a lot of his writings. He writes columns. He's a journalist more than he is an advocate or someone pushing one agenda. And he's written about the Secret Service and inside the White House. And his recent book about the Trump White House included at the time one of the earliest and longest on the record interviews with Donald Trump. So first of all, welcome, Ron Kessler. How are you, Ron?
Great to be with you. It's an honor. Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming on. And Ron, before we get to some questions about the Trump administration, what you've seen, what's your thought as a reporter, an observer, about a vacancy in the Supreme Court 45 days before the election? Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, I think all you need to know is that Biden was for filling the vacancy in 2016, and of course that's what Trump will do. He's all about getting results, getting things done. He's not going to fool around, and I think we're going to see a very good new justice on the Supreme Court.
Do you have any doubt that I told someone, the commentators were initially saying something like, well, maybe Trump will just say, I'll wait or something. Yeah, any doubt that Donald Trump's style is like, hey, we got a vacancy, let's fill it. He'll announce it. He'll probably announce it this week, right? In the next few days?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah. Yeah. His whole approach is to not let anything be delayed. He's going to move forward, no question about it.
All right, now about the Trump White House, your book, your inside look, was one of the first inside looks, if I could say it this way, that didn't seem to have an agenda going in saying like, I'm going to make Trump look bad, and so you were describing who were the players and how it was working. At this point, you also have written books about a couple of different White Houses. I guess the George W. Bush was one that was especially, but at this point in the process, how functional, how effective has the White House been?
Well, obviously there's been a lot of chaos, but it's all Trump. Everybody else is a puppet of Trump, and that's what counts. And of course, we've seen the results. We all know how amazing the results have been. I think, though, that everyone wonders how could he issue some of these comments that are so outrageous sometimes, and his tweets, and at the same time achieve these great results. And I think the best answer to that is an interview I did with Norma Forderer, who was his top aide for 26 years. She really knew him better than anyone on both the business and the professional side. She was the first person that Donald told about meeting Melania. He said, I met this gorgeous woman, and she's a brunette, not a blonde. So, of course, he's always focused on the important things. But Norma said that there are two Donald Trumps. One is the one you see on TV, who makes these sometimes outrageous comments to get attention for his brand, the real estate brand at the time. And then there's the real Donald that only insiders know. And I've been privileged, along with many other people, to know, who's quite the opposite. He is thoughtful, he listens, and as an example of that, you remember during the campaign, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce called for a boycott of his properties. And then about a month later, Trump invited the head of the chamber to meet with him. And that person emerged from this meeting and told CNN, my God, he was not full of bravado. He listened. He was thoughtful. And that's the difference between, the real Donald and what people often see and become revolted by sometimes with his tweets.
We're talking with Ronald Kessler, Ron Kessler, and ronaldkessler.com is the website. You can see his many books, and he's won a bunch of awards. Ron, I've been asking everybody that comes on Eagle Countdown. We've got 15 hours of time together, and I try to ask two questions common with everyone. The first one is, if you look at what Trump said when he was running for office and what his promises were, is there one promise kept that you would say is your favorite or most significant, or most, in the case of you as an observer, as a journalist, the one that is most impressive or jumps out at you? One of the promises he kept in his run-up, and then as his administration has moved forward.
I think deregulation would be near the very top. And when he ran for office, people on the right doubted that he was a real conservative. He wrote a book in 2011 called Time to Get Tough, in which he laid out exactly what we wish everyone would understand in this country, which is why capitalism works. And he explained it, brilliantly, addressed all the issues. You remember under Obama, whenever you turned on a financial channel, you would see these CEOs of major companies and small companies complain about the fact that there was so much regulation. And they said over and over again, we can't expand, we can't hire more workers because we're afraid we're going to be deregulated even more. We're going to be regulated even more. And so that's, a major clue as to why the economy was so successful under Trump before the pandemic. And and by the way, in that same year, I wrote a story on Newsmax. The headline was, "Don't underestimate Trump for president." So I was ahead of the curve.
You were ahead of the curve. That's an interesting one that you brought up, and I think tomorrow on our Eagle Countdown we'll have a couple of speakers speaking on the energy sector, the impact of a president trying to cut through the red tape. The pandemic, Ron, once in 100 years problem, right? Whatever you think of it, however you think it's managed, it hit everybody, at least in terms of world leaders, in the same way. How do you think Trump handled it? And maybe the media is repeating over and over, it's a disaster. By the way, if you look at all in other parts of the world, they're doing worse. They're relying on us to give them PPE and to give them ventilators and all those things. But still, the president had to basically take everything that he worked for, building the economy, and shut it down and pause the economy. How do you think it's gone?
One thing I look at is the per capita death rate from COVID, and you don't see that much on the media. But
right.
But United Kingdom is worse, Spain is worse, Belgium is worse. So I think that gives you one little clue about how we're doing. Obviously, the fact that he shut down flights from China as well as Europe early on, and Biden said he was a xenophobe. That tells you a lot. The Woodward book is such a laugh when it comes to this supposed disclosure that there was some discrepancy between what Trump was telling the public versus what they knew. Fauci.
By the way, why did he talk to Woodward? I can understand why he talks to Ron Kessler, but why does he talk to Woodward?
He has the attitude that, he doesn't have that much to lose, and maybe he can turn it around a little bit. And again, going back to what Norma Forder said, he just wants to be the center of attention, and that does give him power, and that is part of his strategy. As Donald said about the book, it's rather boring. The first few chapters are about Tillerson, Mattis, all people who had fallings out, and a lot of that material has already appeared. Right. I have tremendous admiration for Woodward and Bernstein and what they did during Watergate. I sat next to them during Watergate at the Washington Post, and every night I saw, every day, what they did. They would be out there knocking on doors until midnight trying to get sources. There was there were threats from the Nixon White House, and they did a very honest job. Now, this book about Trump is just one-sided. You know, I think it is accurate. He doesn't make up quotes. He does rely on reliable sources, but at the same time, if you look for an achievement, you're going to have a hard time finding one. There's one mention of the low unemployment rate, and that's in an interview with Trump. There's one mention of deregulation. That's an interview with Kushner, and that's the extent of his addressing the real importance of the Trump presidency.
Right. We're talking with Ron Kessler, again, ronaldkessler.com. You can see all his different books and columns there. Over on Eagle Countdown, we're on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and everywhere. We're getting some questions. So here's a question, I think, from Facebook to you, Ron. How do you hope, I guess it's phrased this way, do you hope that our country will not fall apart regardless of the election results? And I guess maybe I can extend the question and say, as much as you've seen in your career a contested election, the rhetoric of the Democrats or the left right now about burn it down, they were saying that about if you fill the vacancy, or the number of lawyers the Democratic Party and a Biden campaign have hired, 800 plus lawyers to contest the election, and now early voting and some of the judicial rulings out of Pennsylvania, I think, and Wisconsin, that they might be counting for another 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. What's your observation, Ron, about will the country fall apart at this election? What do you think?
No, the country will survive. You know, I was around in 1968 when there were riots all over the country after the Martin Luther King assassination. In Washington alone, 3,000 buildings were destroyed or burned down. And by the way, President Johnson did use the army to put down these riots. So I look at that. I look at the fact that when Bush was elected, we had an endless judicial controversy going on. So I don't, you know, of course, people are more vocal now, and you see everything on social media now. So it seems more threatening. But and of course, Trump has said he'll put down any insurrection with the military.
We're talking with Ron Kessler. No, I think I agree with you. Although I do think that one of the, we're talking about here. I'll get to this next question, Ron. It's not really, and you're a reporter more than you are. A lot of our people that come on are either activists or issue advocates in terms of policy. But the second question I'm asking everybody, so I'll be consistent and say it to you, is at this moment in the election cycle, what should people be doing? You know, and one of the things I'll just say before I'll let you answer is. You know, I do think that this is an election where, and the president has tweeted about it, but I ran the election board in St. Louis City 10 years ago for a couple of years. I was appointed the chairman of the board there, and at the time we constantly recruiting poll workers. This feels like an election where more than ever, if you have the ability, working a poll, a lot of people won't. I can tell you, because of the COVID fears, people will not sign up. I mean, having more people be a part of the process and sort of eyes inside, it seems to me, is a policy, is a preference that I would express. And we're later on this afternoon, we're going to talk with Catherine Engelbrecht of True the Vote, whose organization is solely focused on getting people involved that way. But back to you, Rana. When you think, well, 45 plus days, what should people be doing? What should they think about? Maybe in your neck of the woods, where should people go to get the truth? Because you really can't watch CNN, and you really almost can't watch Fox half the time. So what should people do?
I still think Fox is a wonderful source. Of course, they have the other side, and they should, and that just contributes to their credibility. And in the same way with my book, I call it a truthful book, The Trump White House, because it lays out all these achievements. It lays out how he operates, but it also has some of the missteps and some of the things that make people cringe at times. I think back when I was at the Washington Post, if you wrote a one-sided piece the way Woodward did in this latest book, you would be fired. And that's the way I operate. I try to tell the truth, and it's much easier to tell the truth than to make things up.
Ron Kessler, one more. I got a question texted directly to me. You mentioned Melania Trump earlier in the time when the president met her. How does Melania Trump handle all this attention? I mean, I guess she married Donald Trump and he was famous enough at the time, but I get you knew the first ladies in different other White Houses too. How does she put up with this level of intensity and attention?
Well, she's tough. She's not going to, be cowed by all the criticism. And meanwhile, she's a tremendous partner in the White House. She actually sits in on meetings sometimes. She'll summarize what others are saying. She'll come up with strategy. She is admired by everyone in the White House, and there's nothing that they all agree on. But this is one thing they do agree on, and that is that Melania is a tremendous asset to Trump.
Yeah, it is. I can't imagine the scrutiny is just crazy to think about. I mean, Nancy Reagan, I guess, was famous for paying attention to what they were saying. If you're anyone in these anyone in public life, as we mentioned earlier, in fact, Joe Biden. This is an interesting question for you, Ron, as a journalist. Earlier today, Joe Biden said about the Ruth Bader Ginsburg seat, I'm not going to tell you who I would pick for the Supreme Court because they would get too much scrutiny for the next months, which, of course, the tradition as presidential candidates was to never announce who you would pick anyway. Donald Trump changed that. But the point here is whoever is named this week, and I think you're thinking is the president will name someone this week as the nominee for that, will get a level of scrutiny. On the other hand, almost the person named will become sort of a third part of the campaign, right? It will be Donald Trump, Mike Pence, and so will be likely until the election day a part of the narrative. What do you think the media will do in these next 40 plus days to that person?
Well, the person that Trump wants, you mean?
Yeah.
Because Biden, meanwhile, obviously has a strategy of don't say anything, don't do anything. And that's been his whole approach. But yeah, we see tremendous attacks that we're going to see more and more on anybody on the Trump side. I'm in Potomac, where I'm not going to put a Trump sign out. Of course, that's not my style anyway. But but when you go into rural areas, it's quite different. The so-called working man understands Trump, I think, because the so-called working man has to get results. If he is a carpenter and he puts nails in crookedly, he's going to be fired. And so he understands the way Trump operates, which is to get results. And that's one of the secrets to Trump's appeal.
All right, Ron Kessler, thank you. Best-selling author, ronaldkessler.com. Thank you for the time, Ron, as always, and insight into the Trump White House and the Trump phenomenon and all the rest. We'll talk again soon, I'm sure. So thank you, Ron Kessler. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Ed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, everybody. So we're in the midst of Eagle Countdown. Thank you for coming in, and we've got some in-studio guests in the center, and let me just recount for you where we are. We're at the Phyllis Schlafly Center in Washington, D.C. I mentioned to you earlier that in the 1980s, after Ronald Reagan was elected, Phyllis opened up an office, and we've always had an office since then. And we are in Washington, D.C. to make sure our voices are heard. A lot of our Eagles, many of them are watching with us now. We are utilize your strength in your communities. I'm thinking right now of Tammy Nichols, our great Eagle leader in Idaho. Senator Risch will be responsive because he knows our relationship to work together, and Woody Woodrum out in California, and pick one all over the country, all these great folks. So we're really pleased to be here. And the Eagle Countdown is our chance again to get strategy, to get some conversations going, and also to plan for the future. Now we're going to take a break where we show some very special videos. We're going to show some videos. Ryan, are we doing Promises Kept videos? We're going to do some of the Promises Kept videos. When we put the word out to people about Eagle Council, which has now been delayed till January, people said, oh, we want to come, be a part of it, talk about this. And then when we had to go virtual, we've got, I think, over 30 videos from congressmen and policymakers. And we're going to play some of those videos now as we get ready, because our next guest in the center here is Catherine Engelbrecht of True the Vote. And we're going to talk with her about the questions we are facing on this upcoming election. And as I mentioned, we talk about promises kept, but we're also going to talk about what we're on the brink of and what we can all do. And we know in every community, every local community, you've got different races and candidates you want to support. But we also know there's an election coming on, and Catherine's got some insight into that. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy these videos for Promises Kept.
My favorite Trump promise kept is that he would secure our southern border. And boy, talk about a promise kept. One of the great pillars of Donald Trump's candidacy election was the promise he made to the American people to finally secure our southern border. At the heart of this promise was his commitment to building a new border wall. Here we are, 4 years later, and President Trump has faced every single possible obstacle to accomplishing this goal, and I firmly believe that a weaker president would have already given up. But with great perseverance and leadership, President Trump and his administration have built and installed more than 300 miles of new wall, with more miles under construction as we speak. Despite illogical opposition from the left and Democrats and lies spread by the liberal media, he knew what he had to do to protect us, and he's never backed down from the fight. Because Congress couldn't or wouldn't pass legislation securing our border, President Trump has largely done so using executive orders. And not only did President Trump promise to build a wall, but he also assured the American people that he would enforce laws ignored by President Obama and previous presidents and reform our immigration system, end policies that allow dangerous aliens to come and stay in the United States on the taxpayer's dime. President Trump promised that he would put Americans and our great nation first and stop those who seek to abuse and take advantage of us and our laws. Since taking office, President Trump and his administration have worked tirelessly to fulfill these promises. Despite the many, many challenges he's faced because of obstructionists like Democrat leadership in the House and others, the president has been able to slow the massive influx of aliens illegally crossing our southern border, end catch and release, restrict travelers from countries with terrorist ties, remove dangerous criminal aliens from our streets, ensure that countries take their people back once they've been removed from the U.S., and to prioritize merit-based immigration. President Trump has fought to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security and its critical agencies like CBP and ICE have the support, the resources, and authority necessary to protect us. We are at war every day with criminal, dangerous cartels who try to take control of our southern border and attempt to smuggle humans and deadly drugs into the United States for financial gain. Millions of pounds of drugs have been kept out of our neighborhoods, and countless lives have been saved because of the president's leadership on our southern border. And unlike Democrats, Donald Trump has promised that while he sits in the Oval Office, he will never defund or dismantle those who sacrifice their very lives to protect us. Our southern border is more secure every day because of the never-ending efforts of our commander-in-chief. I thank God every day that President Trump won the 2016 presidential election, and I pray that he'll be victorious again this year. God bless the president, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is a commentator, president of the national pro-family organization Eagle Forum, and author of The Power of the Christian Woman. Now with today's report, here's Phyllis Schlafly.
Abraham Lincoln once said that our nation has government of the people, by the people, for the people. Now really, Abraham Lincoln didn't have it quite right. We actually have government only by the people who vote. And our representatives in Congress and in the state capitol often only vote for the people who voted for them. Tomorrow we have a great election, possibly the most important election of our time. The results of the election will not be determined by how people feel in general, but only by who gets out the vote. Who will win the election tomorrow depends on which side gets more people to the polls on election day. God is certainly all-powerful, but please don't expect God to stuff the ballot box for you. That isn't his job. We all need to pray as if the election depends on God. But when it comes to actually getting out the vote in your area, you should work as though it depends on you. There's no time at this late stage to try to educate people about the issues. Just find the people you know agree with you and would be for your candidate and try to get those people to the polls tomorrow. Some of them may need a ride. Offer them a ride. That would be a good citizen service for you to do. Now, don't expect your candidates to be perfect. I don't know anybody running for public office who's a saint today. And don't expect that everybody who votes for your candidate will vote for the same reasons that you do. When you get the ballot at the polling place tomorrow, there's no space in that ballot for anything but an X. There's no space for you to record why you are voting for or against particular candidates. So if you want your candidate to win, the important thing to do in the hours remaining before the polls close tomorrow is to call all your friends in your neighborhood and remind them to vote on election day. Call the members of your church, call the people in your neighborhood, call the people in your club, call the people on your block. This is what you can do to make sure that your candidate wins on election day.
This has been the Phyllis Report, presented by Eagle Forum, leading America's pro-family movement since 1972. For a free copy of Eagle Forum's pamphlet on the 18th anniversary of our organization, write to Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. Please include your name and address and ask for the anniversary report. That address again, Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. And join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Welcome back, everybody. It's an Eagle Countdown. Great to be with you. I have more live people here in the Phyllis Schlafly Center, and so we're grateful. You don't have to lean in. It's fine. Don't lean too close. John Schlafly, of course, is back, and we're going to have a discussion with Catherine Engelbrecht. Catherine Engelbrecht is the founder of True the Vote, and has been for a couple months now. She briefed our Eagle leaders on a conference call. They've got a new video out, which we'll put up on social media. I think the full video is about 28 minutes. So there's a longer video explaining what's happening, what we're on the brink of, and then they'll use pieces of it, and they've got a lot of things going on. So first, let me make sure to give Catherine Engelbrecht all the hype I'm supposed to. True the Vote, which is a vote monitoring organization from Houston, Texas. She's also been early in the Tea Party Patriot movement, and she was maybe most famously, her organization targeted by the Obama administration. That's easy for me to say because it sounds like a nice phrase. It was a terrible ordeal which she went through, which maybe we'll talk about. But as we've said on Eagle Countdown, we gather to talk about these issues, and we're going to talk about what the Trump administration accomplished, why that matters. But also the title of our effort is Eagle Countdown: America on the Brink. On the brink of an election, on the brink of the left has said they're going to sow chaos. We're on the brink of an election where we have more mail-in ballots than we've ever had in places that have never done mail-in ballots. So first, Catherine Engelbrecht, tell us, you and John started to have a discussion about how you got into this, and there was a fire involved. Can you tell us this history? Welcome.
Sure. Thank you
for being with us.
Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah. And John remembered, it's a little known part of our story, but when True the Vote first started, we began by getting a group of people to go and work at the polls because we knew that there was a shortage of volunteers. When we worked at the polls, we saw problems in the voter rolls, which led us to our first big research project. And that led to our questioning how registrations were coming into the rolls with so many errors. That led to a broader investigation, which led to our turning over evidence to the county. When we finally turned over all this evidence to the county, and it was clear at that point that tens of thousands of fraudulent registrations were being pushed into our rolls intentionally, there was a press conference called by the county, and the group that was outed at that time didn't take kindly to it. And 3 days later, they called their own press conference, and then that morning, all of the election equipment in Harris County was burnt to the ground in an enormous warehouse fire. It was 10,000 machines, $30 million in equipment. And then the group that called the press conference and their media cohorts tried to tie our organization into an arson investigation. That was my first foray into Marxist politics, and it's been a wild ride ever since.
John, is that how you recall it? Is there any questions you want to ask on this topic? Yeah.
Well, and what year was that, Catherine? If I may ask.
That was in 2010.
2010. Well, that was, of course, the Tea Party movement was just getting started then.
That's right.
And that was a key part of the beginning of the Tea Party movement. I remember that well.
All right.
But with all of the problems that you've dealt with for 10 years involving registrations, voting machines, and the other aspects of the process, now we have to worry about the mail. And that's a completely different but very, very serious issue about this year's election.
So let me say truethevote.org for our folks that are watching on all of our media channels. Truethevote.org is a website for Catherine's work. You can go there and find out more. And if you have questions on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, send them in now. We've got Catherine here for almost longer than a half an hour to talk about this. So your questions are welcome. So John says that, okay, now so you thought you had a hard job just working on election integrity, and now we have mail-in. What's your 50,000-foot view of the coming election, November 3rd?
This is engineered chaos. The fraud is being institutionalized, and we are going to see fraud, certainly, but process failure, intentional process failure, implosion, which is a favored tactic of the left to implode processes. That's going to play out in a way that I don't think any of us can fully anticipate. But I do think it's really important to come to terms with the fact that, at least in my view of things, we're in for a long road. November 3rd is not the end. There's a reason that they've already retained over 1,000 attorneys. There is a reason that they are so quick to look in the camera and talk about how they're going to remove Donald Trump from office under any condition. And one thing I've learned over the last 10 years is when they tell you who they are and when they tell you what they're going to do, believe them.
Okay, so and let me go back for our Eagle Countdown folks that have been listening. We ask all of our guests 2 questions, but I'm going to put aside the first question, what's your favorite Trump-Pence promise kept, till later. We'll go back to it, because the second one is, what can people do? I mean, you paint this picture now of, what'd you call it, engineered
chaos.
No, engineered failure, engineered some sort of even better than chaos.
Institutionalized.
Yes.
The fraud's been institutionalized.
So what can people do? I mean, we're sitting back and we're saying, what can we, we see it coming. Some of us are poll workers and all, but what can they do? What can we expect? What should we be doing?
Well, as dire as some of my comments are, I am incredibly optimistic as we see people around the country continue to wake up and recognize that we all have a role to play, that this year voting is not enough. This year serving in elections is essential. Being aware of the many ways that you can serve and then just getting involved. So what people can do right now, first of all, is choose in. Do not anticipate, or let me say that differently, you shouldn't anticipate just being at home after you voted and watching the results roll in and feel like you've done your job. This year you have to do more than vote. You can call your county, and if you go to our website, we have all the, if you go to our website, we have a section called Call Your County.
TrueTheVote.org.
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 You can check out Call Your County, type in your county name, or select it from a drop-down. We'll give you all the information about who to call for your local election process, how you can serve. There's applications online to get plugged in. You can work at the county level. And every state runs this a little bit differently, but you can work as a poll worker, an election judge, mail-in ballot observer, mail-in ballot review board. There's all kinds of positions. And then if you call the county and they say, no room in the inn, we're full, then immediately pivot to call your party or the candidate of your choice and get plugged into their election integrity process. And if they don't have one, start one. We need all hands on deck this cycle.
I have this idea that we have body cams. Everybody wants body cams for cops. Can we have, I know it's state by state, but can our jurisdictions have stream some of these things live? So at least if we see Al Franken's votes emerge out of the trunk of a car in 2010, was that 2010, John? Was that 2010, I think, right?
I think it was 2008.
Oh, was it 2008?
Yeah.
Yes, you're right, it was. If we see that, we at least know what it's... But is there any of that transparency? Will anyone stream some of this live?
I know that some of the mail Dropbox facilities or locations are being streamed. Very few. It should be more. Typically, anything that happens inside of the poll, you aren't supposed to bring cameras in. Although we see the press every year come in and watch the politicians vote.
Right.
But in any event, we're having to now anticipate things that we've never had to think about before. I mean, the idea of our elections is built upon this supposition of honor that we shouldn't have to think about all the body cams, for crying out loud, to follow people to make. But that's where we are because we've been burned so many times in the past, and this is the battle royale.
Yeah, John, what you've been writing? John Schlafly, a lot of our Eagle Countdown participants will know, writes a weekly column, the Phyllis Schlafly Report, continuing Phyllis's work, and you've written about this, John, on mail-in. What's your sense? I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, and many of our listeners, I'm sure, have volunteered at the polls on Election Day and are familiar with that process. And the people who are poll workers, you're accustomed to the fact that, while we assume everyone's honest, there need to be at least two pairs of eyes on everything that happens and two signatures that attest to every paper that's turned in. Now, that's for people who vote on Election Day. But what about all of these mail ballots, and who's going to supervise these mountain of envelopes that are going to arrive at the polling place, and whether they arrive on time, whether they are postmarked, whether the signatures match, and all of those details. And there's 20 to 50 times as many mail-in ballots, people are saying, than we've ever had before. And that's assuming the post office delivers them. Now, I really don't feel the post office should be even part of the process, because the United States Postal Service, for all of its merits, and to give credit where credit is due, but they are not built to conduct an election. They cannot conduct an election. They simply are not accurate enough. They do not deliver the mail accurately enough within a degree of tolerance for a close election.
Before we get to that, back to the question: who counts the mail-in? Who's going to count the mail-in ballots? How are they going to be counted? What are we going to, and what was the county in Florida where they were doing hanging chads up there? I mean, they're going to have hanging chads with mail-in. They're going to have signatures, though, I suppose, right? You have to supposedly compare.
Absolutely.
Who's going to do that?
Well, and great question. Every state's going to handle it differently, and counties within the states are going to handle it differently. This is setting up to be a litigation feeding frenzy. And it's intentional. You can think about it.
John's a lawyer, so don't offend. John gets offended if people are bad on lawyers, so be careful.
Well, this has been, and you will appreciate the craftiness of it all. There are the same groups that for the last 8 months have been suing to remove signature standards, suing to create confusion around postmark standards. Those same groups were the groups pre-2020 that were suing states to prevent them from cleaning their voter rolls, and that would say if you took off names, that somehow that was leading to voter suppression. So what we've now found ourselves with is a national registry, state by state, that is riddled with errors. All those now going out, all of these bad addresses going out in mail form, coming back in. Who's going to be reviewing it when they get there? You have some counties that they handle this with their own employees. You have some counties that outsource it. You have some counties that rely upon volunteers. But no county is prepared for the 20 to 50 times number. You can't operationalize something like that at scale, beta, the first time, and expect that this. Look at what has happened with the primaries. Already in the primaries, we've seen over 1 million votes be tossed. But it hasn't seemed to have anybody, tap on the brakes.
I think I read that 5 states have done mail-in before. To this time.
Or all mail-in.
5 states were all mail-in.
Right.
But all right, but they have experience of
That's
that.
right.
But
That's
the
right.
other states are just not prepared to
That's right.
suddenly go to all mail-in.
Now, we get a question from our Eagle Countdown viewers. Someone on Facebook said, and you sort of touched on it, because this happens all the time. It happened when I was chairman of the Board of Election. As soon as you say, I want to make sure that the voter rolls are correct, they yell, voter suppression. So the question, how do you respond to claims of voter suppression? That's from our Facebook viewer.
It's really a very simple calculus. We should be confirming identity, residency, and citizenship of every person registered. We actually have the data and technology to do that in real time. Now, that's a conversation for a different day, but where we are now, there should be standards. And there should be standards not only for the thresholds of accuracy of the data, but there should be standards for the scheduled maintaining of that data. Where we find ourselves today is, sadly, with all of the weaknesses of our process on full display. And one of them is a standard for cleaning the rolls, which leaves them open to litigation, because you don't have a prescribed process, so you end up with interpretations that can be used for fodder for lawsuits. It's a mess.
Why? I think I know the answer. Maybe John, I think you've written on this. Why? Oh, first, I got another question from Facebook. Can teens work at polls? Depends on the state.
In,
right?
in most states, you can be 16 years old and work.
Okay.
Or there's certain things you can work in certain capacities at 16, and then in others at 18. But
by the time you're 18, if you're a voter, if you're a registered
Right.
voter, you can do anything.
Right.
But now I started to ask, why can't there be one standard? I hate to sound like I'm for more federal intrusion, but why can't, at least when it comes to, let me say it like this way, this will get John fired up. Why didn't the Republican House and Senate with President Trump pass a federal voter ID? Couldn't they have?
Well, as you've dealt with the Congress, the House of Representatives.
Could they have passed that though? Could it have been? What federal protection could we demand?
Well, the Constitution deals with elections, and it's a kind of a complex and subtle division of authority between federal and state. And under the Constitution, the states determine who is eligible to vote, and namely, it's the people who are eligible to vote for the lower house of the state House of Representatives. But whereas the federal government can set time, place, and manner, but then unless Congress can also make other provisions, but the courts, unfortunately, too many of them, both federal and state courts, have gotten involved, and there have been decisions just in the last few weeks in which judges have said that they've extended the deadlines by which the ballots have to be turned in, and it's shaping up to be a mess on election day. Because there's so many judgment calls,
Right.
But one thing should be a hard and fast rule, and that is a mail ballot should be postmarked before election day in order to count. Now, the trouble with that is much mail doesn't get a postmark anymore. The post office has quit postmarking a great deal of mail. Sometimes there's a smudge on it, and you can't tell what the number is. And the local officials, if they're conscientious, would toss those ballots out and say they cannot be accepted if there's not a legible postmark. But still, judges have said, well, all right, but if they're postmarked on election day, they might not arrive until 3, 5, or even in some cases a week or more later. And that's a bad situation, because the states have said that the ballots have to arrive by election day, but judges have said, no, we're going to extend that.
All right, I'm getting lots of questions in here about things. One is, how many states have an active election integrity program? You don't have to give it exactly. It's probably, but are states that do it, or is it locally jurisdictions?
Another great question. You've got some smart listeners. Not many, and quickly I will try to explain why. In the early 80s, there was a lawsuit between the Republicans and the Democrats, and it resulted in something called the New Jersey Consent Decree. Yeah. And in the New Jersey Consent Decree, the Republican Party agreed to not spend any dollars in ballot security, and that stayed in place until 2017. Now, although that was a federal consent decree or a national consent decree and wouldn't have prevented the states, it just led to a place where states just didn't set up their own processes. True the Vote is the only pro-liberty organization focused on solely election integrity in this way, but mercy knows there needs to be more.
About truethevote.org, I've said, and I had you on my radio program to talk about it, I said, I think of 3 steps. One is get the day off of work, because a lot of people have to plan ahead. You're going to have to now most places I've checked a little bit, you can get trained virtually. You may have to go into the county, but get the day off of work, number one. Number two is contact your county. Go to truethevote.org and see what county drop down. Contact your county or municipality or your party if you can't get through there. Right. And number three is get your mindset around, you've got to be, I call it eyes inside. You've got to be aware of what's going on and be ready to stand up for this. More questions. This is easy, but important to say over and over. What's the difference between mail-in ballots and absentee ballots?
Great. Another great question. So absentee ballots, we're playing with definitions in this cycle as well, but historically what it's meant is that absentee is meant to imply that you are not going to be present and able to vote in person. Therefore, there are requirements associated with requesting an absentee. I'm going to be absent on election day, and so either that's because you are going to be out of your county, out of your state, you're infirm, you have a prescribed disability, or you're of an age. Right. That's typically what's required in most states. Where mail-in is just mass mail going out to you indiscriminately without reason.
Right, just mailed out.
Without
How many
cause.
states allow mailing ballots to people who don't request them? Do you know the number?
That's, as John said, that's changing on a daily basis. Montana's most recent ad, last 3 weeks ago, the governor by fiat decided that whole state could be mail-in. Surprise.
Well, there
he's running for Senate.
A number of states that are sending out the application for the mail-in ballot.
That's right.
Now that's not so bad, because the person's a real live human person has to receive that mail and fill out the form, which can be a little complicated.
That's better. That's right.
And in fact, but what we learned a few weeks ago is that county clerks in Iowa, since the form was kind of complicated to fill out, they were helpfully filling out the form for the voter. They called that pre-populating the form. And then, but of course, that meant that if somebody got that application form, it might not be the voter, it could be somebody else who could then cast that ballot. Well, fortunately, judges in Iowa ruled that no, that's not allowed, that's not what the law provides, and those applications had to be done over.
Catherine, what is your experience, the organization of success or failure when you go to the courts? I mean, if you go to state courts in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court was taken over by Democrat candidates a few years ago, again, right? And they've been ruling on these things. Federal courts, are they better? Is that a hope that you'll get relief from all these Trump appointees in the federal courts or others? What's your feeling?
This year, we have been involved in legal battles in New Mexico, Nevada, Virginia, Michigan, and Montana. Right now, Michigan and Montana are ongoing. I will tell you, it's been a rough road because the timeline is so compressed and you're having to sort of change your strategy in play. The left has architected this season for a very long time, and there are some 80 lawsuits that in the last 8 months have been filed to change laws and standards. So it's been a challenge. We're at a point now where we really need to look November 3rd and beyond, because I believe we're going to be awash in lawsuits that are going to be made possible by all the vagaries that we're describing, all of the confusion.
The 80 lawsuits by the left or the Democrats, are they actually done by the Democrat Party, or are they these front groups?
It's a combination, but they seem to be primarily orchestrated by Mark Elias, who is was actually cut his teeth on the Al Franken Norm Coleman race. And that's where he, got his claim to fame.
Very successful if you're
Very
him.
successful
Yeah.
if you're Mark Elias in that capacity. Went on to become Hillary Clinton's attorney. Did a lot of damage in the States in 2016, and came back with a vengeance now.
So back to what people can do. I know I asked you earlier. People need to volunteer in their states. Is it the parties that could seek legal, remedies? Is it the Department of Justice that should be involved? Who can be involved? And let me say it differently. If I announced that there was a plan that was going to disenfranchise, pick a hyphenated American group, African American voters, the Department of Justice would rush in and have observers and have participation. We have now a promise of election chaos. Who can we be asking to help us besides True the Vote and ourselves?
Sure.
What entities could do it?
We should definitely be asking the Department of Justice, and the very thing you've just described, a condition of disparate impact, is a very real and actionable thing that we need to get ahead of, because the frustrating play that we're in the midst of is that the powers that set up this calamity are the same ones that are now going to claim how unfair it is on the other side of the election. They caused it, and now with a straight face, they're going to say, this was so unfair. We need to be gaming this out. But yes, the Department of Justice, and then past that, and John can speak to it, I'm sure, more eloquently, but it depends upon the standing.
I wouldn't get carried away with that kind of talk, but go ahead.
True the Vote's always, our position is always representing the voters. So where we claim our standing is on behalf of the voters, and candidates and parties have different constitutional
Before
provisions.
we see if John's got eloquence left, why is it that the politicians don't get madder? If you told me and I was an elected official and I said, watch what they did in 2018 by ballot harvesting in California, and over the course of 5 days after the election, they harvested the ballot, counted them, and switched 3 or 4 races. I don't know, maybe I'm overstating it. Whatever. Let's just say 1. Why?
I think it was 5.
Was it 5? Most politicians, elected officials, care first and foremost about being reelected, no matter what else they say. And why don't they understand what this looming threat is? What's your experience?
The House Republican leader is he came pretty close to losing his seat too. You'd think he would care about it, and he might have done something. I'm talking about Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah. No, I know. California, they rolled his caucus went from whatever it was down by 5, as you point out, and maybe more. But what I don't understand is the psychology of the players. And I've said the same thing to the Trump campaign and the Trump White House. Is I don't think he'd mind me saying, but General Flynn, Mike Flynn, about a week ago, he said, what we see coming, stuff you've said, 1,000 lawyers getting a system ready, and then the street protests, riots, the threats of it. It's all standard operating for a sort of campaign against. And yet here we are, where the United States Senate is controlled by Republicans. You don't hear a word about it. What's wrong here, John? What are we missing?
Well, what's looming apparently is a situation where days and possibly even weeks after the election, we might not know who won key battleground states, which are very close. And that is a recipe for possibly civil disorder, apparently, and it's something to be concerned about.
Catherine, if you had to pick the top 10 worst places where you fear the most trouble, are they the natural ones that the media covers as swing states, Pennsylvania, or are there certain ones that over this decade you've seen in particular they've got? Oh, by the way, I know. Answer that first, and I've got a question about George Soros. But are there places where you'd say are the likely worst actors coming?
I mean, this is a multi-act play here. So you have the typical battleground states. Then you look at it through a different filter, where the strategy would suggest it's not about the votes, it's about crashing the elections and binding those electors from being awarded to the Electoral College. So what states could you do that in, and how could you do that? What kind of confusion could you cause to prevent the election from being decided by December 8th so that electors could be cast?
Let's pause and say that I was going to ask it to go through it. The November 3rd is the election. December 8th, under the Constitution, the Electoral College is required to vote, cast their votes, right?
Well, on December the 8th, the votes have to be sealed by the state.
Okay.
And then in December, the Electoral College meets, and by January 20th, they have to have identified which of the candidates.
If someone gets a majority,
right.
of the majority of the electoral votes, right?
The Constitution says that the president needs an absolute majority of the electoral votes. It's not enough just to have the most votes. So if there are states that have not determined who won,
I see.
Then there is an unresolved question. Well, is that state's electoral vote included in the denominator or not?
So your point, if they crash Texas and it was going to go to Trump and it's not, you can't get to an absolute majority, then you've got a path to this chaos.
Right.
George Soros got a lot of attention recently because in places like St. Louis, where I'm from, he helped elect a prosecutor who's just is like further to the left.
Two of them.
Well, that's right. One in St. Louis City and County. You're right, and in Philadelphia. But before that, George Soros had this Secretary of State project where he funded candidates, helped fund his organizations like Robin Carnahan in Missouri and others. How bad is that problem of the Secretary of State? So, I mean, when you look out there, are you saying we don't just have some bureaucrat as the Secretary of State, the highest election authority of each state? We have these ideologues.
Absolutely. He's been bringing them in waves. Then you take the Secretary of State positioning, which he's been very clear in saying that it's in case of a photo finish presidential that they put these people in place on their behalf. They've also been playing down ballot to the DAs, and now you have the new heir apparent, Mark Zuckerberg, investing hundreds of millions of dollars in the local election staff. We are watching it play out before our eyes, and we need to wake up.
By the way, we've got somebody on Facebook said, I just helped my friend register to vote over the phone while watching, so +1 in Missouri. And then Joyce, one of our great leaders, Joyce said, can Catherine comment on early voting? I think she has. She's not a big fan of it. But I think the bigger insight for people to hear, it doesn't matter if you're in Texas where you think it's safe, or if you're in, pick a state where it's solidly Idaho. If the goal is to cause the system to crash, to cause more chaos, that's the path. So truethevote.org, you can find out, click down. Catherine, I don't want to let time slide. We're amazing how fast it's going. I do want to ask you the question I ask every guest. If you had to look at the Trump administration, one Trump promise that he kept, maybe it has to do with elections, maybe it doesn't, but he ran for office, he had a lot of promises. We've put together a lot of his promises kept that he's done, because we remind people it's not only about these two candidates, it's about what one candidate did in office and what the other one maybe didn't. But do you have a favorite Trump promise kept that you care about?
I have many, but my favorite is the president's unwavering resilience in fighting the deep state and the swamp. And I don't know that truer words have been spoken than to say that there is a swamp that you have to wade through and drain in order to set things straight, and that is a job of scale that just boggles the mind. Yeah. And he has been a warrior.
Well, and I guess you maybe you should. I mean, I'm a little too flip. You should maybe form like a special society, like you and Carter Page got targeted, and Papadopoulos and Mike Flynn. You could have like a meetings of that. I mean, it's really funny for me. I shouldn't be, but it is horrendous to hear ordinary citizens. You were one of the ones that. Probably you're one of the ones that survived and thrived, because lots of others got squashed and we never heard their story.
They count on our silence. They count on us not standing up. And that's why, as dire as some of the predictions that we're talking about here may seem, the power of the people cannot be overstated. We together rising up can defeat all of this. We just have to choose to do it.
I was going to ask you to inspire us at the end, but you just did. But I want to grab this. The video you produced is very good, very meaty. Tell our viewers what it is. It's at truethevote.org. You can get it. We'll also post it up. But tell us what this is for this moment, because it helps as we're counting down to November 3rd. It clarifies. But walk us through this.
Sure. Well, what we decided to do was shoot a full video that described the series of steps that have gotten us here, and more importantly than anything, I think, say the name, label the enemy. They are revolutionary Marxists. We have to get comfortable in naming the enemy. This is not by accident. History shows what happens when these insurrections take hold, and if they're not beat back, where it lands, where it heads. We have to be real with ourselves. There is a clear and present danger on home soil, and we have to stop it. And that's what we wanted to film and show.
It's good film. John, any last comments for Catherine?
Well, registration, Catherine, you began talking about registration, but I guess the registration books usually close 28, 30 days before the election. And from that point, we have to deal with the situation that we face, and where the errors in registration, someone shows up to vote, they can vote anyway with a provisional ballot, and I'm sure there will be tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of provisional ballots, and that's another recipe for chaos that's weighing down the system this year.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I guess so. I'm going to my takeaways. Catherine Engelbrecht, truethevote.org. But one is, I'm going to add one. You said everybody's got to decide. Voting's not enough this time. And it's good that people. Andrew said he's registering a friend. That's good. But people need to be poll workers, watchers. Maybe they need to support poll workers and watchers. Maybe you watch the kids while your husband or wife goes. Whatever it is, we've got to be more active in the system. I think we probably got to be ready to be active after, when there are questions about recounts and counting. There'll be volunteers that are going to say on November 4th, can you count? And we're going to have to get people ready. So truethevote.org. The other thing, though, I think we should encourage is get people, including your congressmen and senators, to watch the video of Catherine's and pay attention to this, because some of these leaders, or your local leaders, they need to step up and understand what's at stake. And again, most congressmen, my experience, candidates, they think they've got their race figured out. Right. They got the little world they're in. They're thinking, well, if the Electoral College is a problem, I'm just trying to go in my race.
Right.
And
this is heavy stuff. It's a lot.
It's a lot. So you challenge people to get involved more broadly, or get their elected officials and folks involved.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're unstoppable if we can do that.
All right. Catherine Engelbrecht, thank you. Thanks for coming in to be with us. And we'll get that video of hers up on our website, but also in social media, so you'll see it, and truethevote.org, and we'll come back to this topic. And remember, if you're watching the Eagle Countdown right now live, we're doing this in a way that we can use these pieces, 30 minutes together, to put them up on social media. So if you were interested in what you saw, if you wanted to pass it on to someone else, we'll have that ability in the next day or couple days. As I say that, Ryan is ready to kill me, the guy that does all our technical stuff. But we'll get it up so that we can get this to you, so you can use it for other people. And also, don't forget, if you have questions or comments, if they're after Catherine's gone, send them to us anyway, info@phyllisschlafly.com. We'll pass them on, or we'll answer when we can. And I think that's all. Anything else, John?
All right. Good.
Okay, good. All right, we're going to take another break. We'll hear Phyllis Schlafly. I mentioned to tell you, we go to these quick breaks to change people out. Phyllis Schlafly commentaries for, I think, Jordan, what was the number we had? 8,000, over 8,000 3-minute radio commentaries Phyllis Schlafly recorded for decades, and they're extraordinary, and we picked some of them out that are evergreen. You can hear Phyllis Schlafly's voice and her wisdom. I record them now, and it takes a village. It's me and Jordan and Ryan and Rebecca trying to write them and put them all together. Phyllis Schlafly used to do them all herself. They're extraordinary. So we listen to a couple of those each break we're in, and we'll be back with more Eagle Countdown after this Phyllis Schlafly commentary.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is a constitutional attorney, conservative icon, and the author of more than 20 books, including Feminist Fantasies, Turbo Reader, and the important new book called The Supremacists, The Tyranny of Judges and How to Stop It. And now here's the president of Eagle Forum, Phyllis Schlafly.
This year, 2010, could be the most important year of our time. The November 2nd election will determine whether, as President Obama wants, America is fundamentally transformed into European-style socialism, or we make a solid right turn, elect a conservative Congress, and halt extravagant spending into what our government admits is unsustainable debt that will burden our children and grandchildren. I believe that conservatives can do it, despite the gloom and doom dished out by the mainstream media, if conservatives manifest the typical optimistic American can-do attitude. The American people are waking up. You can verify this in the way public support has plummeted in the opinion polls for all big government spending policies. It's rather funny that stimulus has become a negative word. Nobody wants to use it anymore. People recognize that the stimulus plan created only government jobs and that the big health care bill means higher taxes, less choice, and poorer health care. Conservatives have suddenly become the majority voting bloc. The Gallup poll reports that 50% of Americans describe their own political views as conservative and only 21% as liberal. Tea parties and rallies continue to attract citizens who have never before been involved in politics. In this vital election year, hundreds of worthy candidates are running for office. I urge all conservatives to find a candidate you admire and volunteer your services for office work, making phone calls, or even going door to door. You can choose a candidate for Congress or your state legislature or some county or local office. We have the opportunity to put America on the right track. In Ronald Reagan's word, now is a time for choosing.
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report from Eagle Forum. Want to join in on the spirited debate over issues you forum.org. Phyllis Schlafly is blogging about radical feminism, government health care, national security, parental rights, and more. Stay informed and add your own comments to the blog at eagleforum.org. Thanks for listening, and join us next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report. This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is a constitutional lawyer, pro-family leader, and author of 12 books, including The Power of the Christian Woman and A Choice, Not an Echo. Now, with today's report, here's the president of Eagle Forum, Phyllis Schlafly.
The election on November 7th may be the most crucial election in many a year. Al Gore has asserted that Roe v. Wade is on the ballot. What he means is that whoever is elected president next Tuesday will have the power to nominate Supreme Court justices who can overturn the worst decision in U.S. history. Even more than that one wrong U.S. Supreme Court decision is at stake in this year's election. The entire existence of our constitutional republic hangs in the balance. We've suffered a half-century of activist liberal court decisions that seriously threaten to replace our constitutional republic with an imperial judiciary. Activist judges have been advancing a liberal agenda that opposes religious values, conventional morality, the separation of powers, our structure of federalism, and even the right of all of us as American citizens to govern ourselves. But the U.S. Constitution gives we the people the power to reverse this course by electing a president who will nominate only judges who respect the Constitution, and by electing members of Congress who will use their legislative powers to regulate and reform the judiciary. This election may be our last chance to curb the power of activist judges. The current federal judiciary includes 373 judges who were appointed by Bill Clinton. That's 47% of the total. And federal judges serve for life. The federal courts today are precariously balanced between activists and constitutionalists. The next president will surely nominate enough judges to tip the balance in one direction or the other. Eagle Forum has a Court Watch committee chaired by a distinguished university professor of constitutional law, Virginia Armstrong. She has just published a new booklet called Courting Justice, a Campaign for Judicial Reform. It explains the problems we have with the courts. You can also click into her website at www.eagleforum.org.
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report from Eagle Forum. When federal judges overstep their powers imposing personal opinion rather than turning to the Constitution, they must be restrained. Write Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002 and ask for more information on the imperial judiciary. A federal judgeship is not a license to do your own thing. That's Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. Join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here. It's Eagle Countdown. Thank you for being here. And I keep being reminded by our folks, our team, our great Phyllis Schlafly Eagles team, who are helping us, Rebecca and Joanna and Ryan and Jordan here, that this weekend would have been Eagle Council, which is our every year, 49 years since Phyllis Schlafly started that, would have been our in-person gathering. We had to delay that till the new year, in part because we were going to be at the Trump International Hotel and it wasn't working well because of our DC mayor. But instead of just postponing that, we decided to have this Eagle Countdown. And as you've seen, we have all sorts of different guests in talking about the key issues that are facing our nation and educating ourselves. When we talked earlier to John Schlafly about Phyllis hosting Eagle Council, the idea was we'd come away from those meetings energized, but with the ammunition, the facts, and the understanding to go do the things we need to do. So we're trying to do that virtually with a different world. So our next guest is Rachel Bovard. Rachel Bovard, if you've listened to my radio show, she's a guest pretty frequently. She's very, very, she's really good on the radio, but she's very smart. And so she's also, her titles are Senior Director of Policy for the Conservative Partnership Institute. I've had her on recently because she's with the Internet Accountability Project. We'll talk about that in a minute. She's gotten awards and she worked up in the Senate. By the way, the website for the Internet Accountability Project is theiap.org. theiap.org. Rachel, nice to see you. I think we've never met in person. We've talked on the phone a bunch of times.
Yeah,
so
it's great to see you. Thanks for having me.
It's fun to have you here in the DC, the Phyllis Schlafly Center in Washington, D.C. Rachel, first, you're in the swamp, not of the swamp, so here you are. What a weekend with the Ruth Bader Ginsburg thing. What's your sort of any observations?
Yeah, what a weekend. I think we were all, hoping this wouldn't happen, obviously,
Right.
but blessings on the family of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Nobody wants this to happen, but here we are. And, I think it's imperative on the Senate Republicans to confirm a nominee as soon as possible before the election. I think they need to move on this as swiftly as possible.
Yeah, it's interesting. I told someone that and by the way, people have questions for Rachel. We're going to talk in a second about the big tech and what's happening. That's one of the specialties. But I knew tomorrow Mike Davis will be on. Mike Davis is a colleague of Rachel in her work, and Mike is particularly focused on judges. So I've been text all weekend, so I want to ask you about that. But if you have questions for Rachel on big tech, on anything we're talking about, on whatever platform you're on, feel free to send emails or write questions out. And if email is info@phyllisschlafly.com or questions through there, and our team will get them to me and we'll put them up. So Rachel, on the Ruth Bader Ginsburg thing, on Friday night when it came out, the president was in Minnesota, and I heard commentators say, well, maybe Trump will confound the critics and decide to wait. And I mean, even I was like, well, maybe. And then I thought, and when he didn't wait, I thought, yeah, Trump's going to Trump, right? I mean, Trump's going to be. Do you think that the Republicans will follow along?
I don't think they have a choice. I mean, at this point, when you consider the Supreme Court, this is a constitutional prerogative for the Senate. 29 times this has happened where a Supreme Court vacancy has presented itself in front of the Senate in an election year with the same party, of the president and the Republican Senate, and they've confirmed every time.
Right.
And so it is imperative that the Senate act on this. I think you're seeing a few people hedge their bets, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, but you know what? Susan Collins is up for election in November.
Right.
This is a critical decision for her.
Well, and this is really important. We're talking with Rachel Bovard again. This is stuff she knows. I'm glad you said it. 29 times this has happened where the president is of one party and the Senate is of the same party.
Correct.
This is not the situation a couple years ago where the president was one party, the Senate was of the other. That's a different thing. Apples to apples is 29 times. In fact, I think I read that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was confirmed in very short time, like 42 days. Does that sound possible?
Yes, and Eisenhower once appointed a nominee that was confirmed the next day.
Really?
Right, yes. So
I bet the Senate could do Ted Cruz the next day, maybe, because
look, this is the Senate's prerogative.
Yeah.
The Senate gets to decide how they handle it. They can go as fast or slow as they want, and I hope they go quickly.
Well, and that's another thing. All this Judiciary Committee stuff is an operation of their own prerogative.
Right.
They don't have to do that. They don't have to. They could do it a lot of different ways. But the interesting thing to ponder is Lindsey Graham is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. The last time this was up, it was Grassley, Senator Grassley, who's, the best way to say it is he's experienced. The other way to say it is he's been around forever, and he really knows how this stuff works, and he was pretty darn masterful. Lindsey Graham's been around a long time, but not quite the same amount of time, but Lindsey Graham's on the ballot this year. So I don't think he can afford to have anything other than be right with the president. So, okay, but Rachel, really the reason I asked John here is this, if we didn't have this vacancy, we would be talking about how do we get out the vote, what's going to happen in these last days. We have TikTok, a possible deal with TikTok. I don't really know what it means. You can tell us. But what's the reality of the thumb on the scale that we're 43 days from seeing?
Well, when it comes to big tech, this is an existential question, right? Because big tech filters information for, if it's Google, 90% of the world.
Right.
You've seen, and Google owns YouTube. You've seen YouTube weigh in heavily on, what can be said about COVID-19 on their platform.
Right.
You have Twitter, you have Facebook. Over half of Americans get their news from Facebook. And so how they decide to react in terms of the information they allow on their platforms is hugely consequential to the election. And, me, along with perhaps some of your viewers, I'm uncomfortable with private, unaccountable corporations this big having this much control over the information that Americans see.
Right, and again, it's the Internet Accountability Project, theiap.org. The good thing about that site for our Countdown viewers is there's lots of information there, and get on their email list too. And we're talking with Rachel Bovard, who's one of the senior policy directors there. What do you do at this point? Because here's the question. We talked earlier tonight about the threats to the election integrity and the prospect of chaos in the days after. And frankly, when we started preparing our Eagle Countdown, which is all talking about issues and our people, we had Facebook at one point. When you sign up to like this, you got an error message. Now, it went away eventually, but you start to say to yourself, what's going on here? How will we even know what we should be afraid of?
Yeah, I think that's the difficulty, right, is that there's so much unseen. But I do think people recognize when there's threats to kind of the information or the narrative that's being set. Facebook holds itself up as this First Amendment platform. They say we respect First Amendment ideals, but they don't. They're banning new political ads the week before the election. They're taking aggressive steps to say, well, any information that we decide is going to, suppress voter turnout, whatever that means, right? They get to decide. They are then going to remove it. So I do think as a long-term question, it's very difficult to know what to do in the short term because Congress refuses to act on this question, right? You've seen DOJ likely going to file an antitrust investigation into Google in the coming weeks, but that's not going to act before the election. So really, this is a long-term play. That the Congress needs to do something. This administration, hopefully in a second term, will act aggressively when it comes to big tech because we cannot sustain, in my view, as a Democrat society when you have this much control over information, by these private unaccountable corporations.
You mentioned Congress. So again, we're talking with Rachel Bovard and theiap.org is the website. You can find out more. We hear a lot of Congress. We hear press releases, and I'm from Missouri. Josh Hawley's been a dynamo on this. But I guess, is anything really being done?
No, and I think it's disappointing. It's part of the reason I think that the Trump administration has taken very aggressive steps, not just, in the antitrust investigation, which is their role, right? If laws are being broken, we want the DOJ to enforce against that. But they also issued the executive order, right, on Section 230, which is this statutory privilege that big tech gets that says they're not liable, for anything said on their site, but they are also allowed to remove content without liability as well. And so it privileges them above the other, First Amendment actors. Like, they have different requirements than newspapers do. They get away with a lot more. And so you're seeing Congress start to review this, but you're also seeing the president, weigh in on it and saying, look, if you're going to have this privilege, you have to earn it. Mm-hmm. And that's the text of the executive order, which is just starting to be implemented.
So, Rachel, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just getting tired as I've been doing this a couple hours, but we're facing an election where we're going to have unprecedented anger from whatever minority that likes to burn things down and act like terrible people on the internet, on social media. They say if they appoint if they try to fill the vacancy, we'll burn it down. All this rhetoric, and you just say name calling, but we've seen buildings burned over what seems to be name calling. So now we're on the brink. The title is Eagle Countdown: America on the Brink. We're on the brink of an election with unprecedented changes to our election process: mail-in balloting, early voting for a month and a half, and now we've got big tech who probably learned their lesson in 2016. They didn't interfere enough for Hillary, and they're coming. What is this, like the perfect storm of chaos to come? Or again, we might never know, right? We might never know what we missed. It seems pretty dark.
It does. I think there is reason to be concerned that I hope propels reason to act. Congress has shirked its responsibility on this, quite frankly, for 4 years. It's the reason that we're here, because Congress ultimately has the lawmaking power to deal with this. Because of Section 230, these companies have grown so large and so powerful, it privileges all the behaviors that they engage in. Congress can force more accountability on these platforms. They've decided not to, and that's been a choice. Remember, Republicans had control of the Congress in the House and the Senate and the presidency for 2 years. Yep. They should have acted on this question, and they didn't.
Okay, I want to ask you the two questions I'm asking all the Eagle Countdown folks. So we'll get to the second one, our guests and all. The first one is, one of the things to talk about right before an election is what has happened. What in over 3.5 years, what has happened? And we wrote a book, Top Promises Made, Promises Kept, and it's top 100 and a list of all of them, because we're trying to make sure people remember. Did this at the VA and did this at the cutting regulations. It could be your personal, it could be professional. If you think of promises made, what's your favorite promise kept of this administration?
So for me, I'm passionately pro-life, and part of that is because I have a Down syndrome brother. And, for me, this president has done more on the pro-life issue than any president in my lifetime, including President Reagan, including President Bush. They did a lot, and they should be claimed for that. But right. President Trump has taken it to the table on the pro-life issue, and I've never been more impressed with the president. He's gotten things across the finish line that even George Bush couldn't get. And I'm specifically speaking about field tissue research. He's banned action on that. You cannot use tissue from aborted babies anymore in federally funded research. That's incredible. And so this is going to, I think, play a heavy role in his Supreme Court pick. I think he's going to be someone that has impeccable pro-life credentials. That's my hope. And I'm very proud of the work he's done there.
By the way, I coach my son's basketball team, and I loved this story. Not because I'm a terrible coach. Well, we won our regular season, but in the draft, we took the only kid in the league who was a Down syndrome kid, and he was the best. He was the best. He was just the best. It was made the best team and everything, and it's just such a horrendous history of our lives together that the Downs kids are targeted by the abortion. It's just one of the most despicable things. When
you look at the percentage of Down syndrome babies that are aborted in this country, it's impossible. If you have a family member that's Down syndrome, or anyone that is, those lives are precious, just like every other life, and they're a joy to be around.
Yeah, I don't want to digress all the way, but I've never found it. I've looked. There was an LA Times columnist who wrote a piece and said, I have a Down syndrome child. This is 10 years ago. I can never find it. And she said, I walk around and I don't see any more Downs kids because they're all gone. And she's a liberal. And she said, this is terrible. And it was amazing. Anyway, okay, thank you for that. That's a great one. Now, what do we do? Well, okay, the other question for everybody is, we're 43 days out. To make our voices heard, to make this election go well, what do we do? What do you tell folks that are watching that they can do about this election, before this election, for this election?
Well, I think, getting out there and voting is obviously the first thing they can do. In a lot of states, because of COVID-19, there's a shortage of poll workers. And I think if you're young and healthy and you can wear a mask and not be as at risk as some other vulnerable populations, get out there and work the polls, volunteer. Make sure this election is going well and do your part to ensure that election integrity. And, I think stay strong. There's a lot of people in the news, I think, that are trying to depress voter turnout to make it seem like it's dangerous and the election is going to go one way or the other. The reality is we don't know, and we won't know the outcome until we participate in it. So I think that, the activity of just going to vote, in person, if it's safe for you to do so, is really important.
By the way, I'm not paying attention to my notes. I'm getting all these questions from people. I'm sorry. I'm going to get yelled at by everybody. I didn't see them. So I'm not, that was going to be my wrap up, but I can't wrap up now. To Rachel, how would you, does Google even have a competitor in the U.S.?
The closest competitor that they have is Bing, to be honest. And if you remember Bing, the Microsoft search engine, had billions of dollars behind it, the best minds in tech. It has 2% of the market share. Wow. So that is the closest U.S. competitor.
That's not much of a competitor. All right, I think it's IAP, but you recently filed an FCC comment letter in support of the Trump administration holding big tech accountable. You might have referred to what you were talking about, 230, their ruling. Is that what that was related to? Yeah, you can find it on our website, theiap.org. It's a comment letter we did file in support of that executive, or the implementing steps of that executive order. Theiap.org. Okay, and then this question. This will be another 3 hours together. How would you solve the social media conservative censorship problem? Oh, that's a little better. Constitutionally. So I think there are a couple of ways to do it. I don't think there's a silver bullet in any means, but I do think there are two really big constitutional answers staring us in the face right now. One is Section 230. Again, this is a privilege granted to the tech companies by Congress. It is a law that can be changed by lawmakers to force more accountability on the tech companies. That is completely constitutional. That is called lawmaking. The second, again, is the antitrust enforcement that we see right now just against Google. But again, antitrust is law enforcement. If there are laws being violated here in the market, we want to make sure there's a free market in tech. We want to make sure that if someone builds a better algorithm than Google, they have a free market to compete on. We want to ensure the integrity of that. So that's the first step. Because again, if there was, in my mind, a free market in tech, you could compete away a lot of these speech concerns. Mm-hmm. If Google didn't filter information for 90% of the world and just did it for 20% of the world, this would be a completely different conversation. So I think those are two areas on the table right now. Certainly I'm open to others, but those are two that are getting a lot of attention. Okay, theiap.org. Thanks, Rachel, for your time and for your leadership on this issue. We're gonna move on. So, and if you have more questions for her, if you send them to us, she always answers her emails. We'll get them to her. The IAP.org. I'm saying right? IAP.org. Yeah, check that out. Okay, thank you, Rachel. All right, we're gonna show a video right now. Presentation from Dr. Ben Carson. Dr. Carson. I was going to introduce him with my normal introduction, except Thursday. Was it Thursday? I was over at the Constitution. I was over at the National Archives in the room, in the rotunda, with the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights. And it was me and 18 others were invited. There were 19 of us. It was so cool. I didn't know it was going to happen. And one of the others was Ben Carson. And there was a 2-hour symposium on the White House conference on the Constitution. It was Constitution Day. And I just got to say, Ben Carson he's just a national treasure. I mean, he's so peaceful and kind. He talks to you. I know him a little bit. He's just wonderful. And then he's just strong as can be. So he spoke at the beginning of the conference and then at the end, and he was wonderful. He's an incredibly thoughtful man and a great leader. And a few years ago, his wife, Candy Carson, was given an award at Eagle Council. Phyllis Schlafly, one of her favorite awards is the Full-Time Homemaker of the Year Award. And we gave that to Candy Carson. And if you don't know, Dr. Ben Carson and his wife, Candy Carson, are an unbelievable partnership. They do great things, and they're just amazing. So he sent us a video. He couldn't be here with us, but he sent us a video we're going to play now. So Dr. Ben Carson, a great man.
Eagles. Some of you may remember a few years ago, my wife Candy received the Phyllis Schlafly Award. She gets lots of awards, but that was one that was really precious to her. Your founder, Ms. Schlafly, was a shining example of someone who always did what was right and stood up for what she believed in, no matter what the people around her were saying. That same attitude informs the work we do here at HUD each and every day as we continue our work in fulfilling President Trump's promise to elevate America's forgotten men and women. I'm pleased to report that just last month, the White House Council of Economic Advisors released a report on Opportunity Zones, one of our signature initiatives at HUD. Opportunity Zones are economically forgotten communities that are eligible for preferential tax treatment. There are 8,764 Opportunity Zones across the country, which are home to roughly 35 million Americans. The White House's report found that in just 2 years, Opportunity Zones have spurred $75 billion in private sector investment and created at least 500,000 new jobs in designated Opportunity Zone tracts. These new investments will lift at least 1 million Americans out of poverty and decrease the overall Opportunity Zone poverty rate by 11%. But that's not all. The Opportunity Zone designation alone has caused a 1.1% increase in home values within these zones, which translates into an estimated $11 billion in new wealth for low-income communities. Since the very beginning of his administration, President Trump promised to be a voice for those in America who have been left behind. And the success of Opportunity Zones proves he is delivering on that promise. But revitalization isn't the only way HUD is working to elevate America's forgotten men and women. Through rolling back some of the federal government's most onerous regulations, the Trump administration has also proved itself a staunch ally of the faith-based community. Just this summer, we announced a modification to the 2016 Equal Access Rule in order to better accommodate the religious beliefs of homeless shelter providers. Our new proposal allows single-sex and sex-segregated shelters to establish their own policy in accordance with state and local law to govern admissions for situations where an individual's gender identity does not match their biological sex. Mission-focused shelters such as these play a major role in elevating forgotten men and women all across America. President Trump understands this, and that's why his administration has worked to empower our faith-based organizations to act according to their beliefs, not mandate a single one-size-fits-all approach from Washington, which tramples on local laws and concerns. As Ms. Schlafly once said, the United States is the world's most stunning example of a nation that has peaceably and successfully assimilated people from many disparate cultures. As Americans, we must never give in to division. Our focus must always remain on what we have in common rather than what divides us. At HUD, I always like to say, we can't look for a Republican solution or a Democrat solution. We just look for the American solution. As patriots, we continue to honor the bold figures in history like Phyllis Schlafly for their virtues of courage and perseverance. And we look to their memories to guide and inform our actions today. Thank you for your support as the Trump administration fights for what's right in the days ahead. So thank you and God bless.
Hi, this is Gary Bauer in Washington, D.C. You know, early on in the Trump administration, we got a great idea of how this president would keep his promises. Now, I think he's done a great job of that, but again, this was very early on. You may remember during the campaign, the president said that if he was elected, he was going to finally do what other presidents weren't willing to do, which is move the U.S. embassy that's in Israel to the capital of Israel, which is Jerusalem. So the president got elected, and he had this promise that he made. Now, I want to give you a little bit of background here. Almost every president elected in the last 30, 40 years has said during their campaign, vote for me. If I'm elected, I'll move the embassy, our U.S. embassy, to Jerusalem. And then every one of them have violated that promise after they made it. And the reason they violated it is that once they got into office, the Washington establishment, the State Department, even the Department of Defense, the foreign policy bureaucracy, they all pound on newly elected presidents and tell them, no, you can't move the embassy. It will irritate the Arab Muslims. It might lead to a war, and so forth and so on. Well, President Trump made the promise. He came into office and he started to set into motion his plan to move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, where it belongs. That's the capital of Israel. And sure enough, when he started moving forward on that, the entire Washington bureaucracy went crazy. The State Department was angry with him. The Defense Department wanted him to back off. And then something else happened too. He started getting calls from world leaders urging him not to move our embassy there. The president carefully and appropriately listened to all that advice, but then when all that advice was over, he said to these folks, look, I made a promise to the American people. And after all, our embassy ought to be in the capital of the country that the embassy is located in. Every other country gets to tell us where our embassy should be, and Israel has said that our embassy and the embassy of every other nation ought to be in Jerusalem. And the president did it. He kept that promise. It was a dramatic day. In fact, I had a friend who called me and said, Gary, the president has made Jerusalem the capital of Israel. And I said, whoa, calm down. That was God 2,000 years ago who did that. What the president did was recognize the fact that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. And he recognized that fact by moving the American embassy there where it should have been all these decades. He kept his promise, and he should be commended for that.
My very favorite Trump promise kept is all of them. Everything he said he was going to get done to make America great again, to drain the swamp. He is working on it every single day, and I tell you what, when it comes to swamp draining, those gators are trying to bite back. We can't let them.
I want to say hi to the Eagle Forum. I'm Congressman.
Welcome back, everybody, to Eagle Countdown. You're watching in these breaks. I hope you see we're watching. I hope you're realizing you're seeing some of these messages. One was from Dr. Ben Carson. Did you just say Ralph Reeds was in there? No, who's in there? Gary Bauer. Gary Bauer. Sorry, Gary Bauer was in there. Lots of great messages from folks that are talking about promises kept. Excuse me, I'm getting texts from people that are watching, which is good. If you have questions or comments, whatever medium you're on, YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, on Twitter, whatever, send us messages. Also, info@phyllisschlafly.com, info@phyllisschlafly.com. This is, our Eagle Countdown is kind of a 2020 replacement for our Eagle Council, which we had to delay until January of this coming year, 2021, because of all the silly rules and all. But we want to make sure we got together. And earlier in the program, if you heard, we talked about voter integrity, the election. True the Vote's founder and leader, Catherine Engelbrecht, was with us. We just had a discussion with Rachel Bovard of the Internet Accountability Project on how big tech has got their thumb on the scale and the policy issues. And of course, we're talking about the number one issue in a way because of what's happened, the Supreme Court vacancy and some of the issues around that. So we've got a period. I asked two of our Pennsylvania leaders, Ned Pfeifer and Dave Moylan, who Dave is up towards Scranton and Ned is a Pittsburgh guy, but he lives in Philly now. But both of them actually have been working for the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles in Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania Eagle Forum, and both now actually serve on our board. I don't think that we didn't think of that at the time when this happened. But so welcome, Ned and Dave. Dr. Dave Moylan, let me ask you first about Pennsylvania. They say it's a swing state. It could go either way. What's it look like in terms of the upcoming election? What's the intensity? We should say he's also the elected coroner. What county?
Schuylkill County.
Schuylkill County, sorry. Elected coroner. What's it look like up there?
I'm very encouraged from what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
In 2016, our county and some of the adjacent counties went big time for the president. And there were a plurality of about 30,000 votes. And when I was driving around the last couple of weeks, those Trump signs, they're popping up
everywhere,
like mushrooms after a spring shower. So it's very encouraging.
Yeah. Ned, how about Pennsylvania? I mentioned earlier, a decade ago or so, a targeted effort helped elect some more conservatives to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Then they rolled them out. The Democrats won. Supreme Court of Pennsylvania keeps making trouble, right? They redid the congressional districts. Then they redid, they're doing this early voting. How worried are you about this early voting, the mail-in voting and early voting stuff?
Well, I'm just hoping that in Pennsylvania we can find a way to cut it off. I don't know how. I wish Phyllis were still alive. She'd probably have a lot of ideas.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
A lot of ideas. But I just want to say, by way of introduction, that I sold in 2009. I sold my company, and Phyllis asked me to become president of Pennsylvania Eagle Forum, which I did. And with Phyllis's help, in 2010, we upset 5 incumbent Democrats in the House of Representatives. With Republican congressmen. Not all of them were as conservative as we'd hoped. And in 2012, we upset another incumbent Democrat. So we had, until 2018, we had 13 of 18 Republican congressmen in the House of Representatives representing Pennsylvania. And we also had our Republican senator, Pat Toomey, which we elected again in 2010 with Phyllis's help. Phyllis was a great friend of Pat Toomey's. So we've been working very hard to continue that Republican dominance in Pennsylvania. And in 2016, Phyllis died September 5th, but we were successful, I think, in reducing the Republican vote in Philadelphia, which Philadelphia is very Democratic, and voted heavily for Barack Obama in his two elections. But we did reduce the vote, the Democratic vote, in Philadelphia in 2016 from what it was when Obama got elected, and that was, we were very successful in doing that, and I hope we can do that again in 2020.
We're getting folks from our Eagle Countdown who are on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter asking questions, and so feel free to fire them in. Again, we're talking with Ned Pfeifer. Ned is our Pennsylvania Eagle Forum leader, although Stan Casasio will be down tomorrow. He's also one of our leaders. He'll be with us tomorrow. And Dr. Dave Moylan, who is the elected coroner of Schuylkill County and has his own practice also there. So I've got a message from one of our viewers saying, are you all in Pennsylvania getting regular people involved in the election board as in your counties? Now, you would have been, Dr. Dave, you were on the ballot, so you know how important it is to make sure the guys and gals count the votes. So in your county, maybe you don't need to because but
we have a strong grassroots movement there.
Yeah.
A lot of people are getting involved, particularly this year. It's the election of our lifetime.
Right.
But I just want to comment that Ned has been a friend since 2014. I feel like I'm joining a club between Phyllis, you.
Yeah.
That was the year I ran for Congress unsuccessfully.
Yeah, that's right.
I should explain that Phyllis's mother and my mother were sisters.
Yeah, that's right. And
Phyllis and I were first cousins. We actually grew up together. She was born in 1924. I was born in 1932. We had dinner practically every Sunday night, our families. So I've known Phyllis for eons.
Ned doesn't. I don't know if he likes it or not, but I usually tell the story, of course, that on the famous night that H.G. Wells did the radio commentary, the War of the Worlds, on a Sunday night. Young Phyllis Schlafly, I don't know what year that was. Jordan will look it up and tell me. But
probably 1938.
38, is that what it was? So she was about 14 and you were 6 or whatever.
Right.
Phyllis was babysitting Ned Pfeifer when H.G. Wells tried to turn the country upside down. Oh, did kind of turn it for a bit, but all right. But back to Pennsylvania, turn the country upside down now. What do you got? What is the Toomey of the world and the congressional leaders? There are not that many in there. What are they doing? What are you thinking about in terms of the mail-in voting, in terms of the voter irregularities? I mean, the signals have come from the powers that be on the left that they're going to try to cause chaos. What's happening in Pennsylvania?
Well, Dave, you may know more about this than I do. I don't know exactly what the rules are about the mail-in voting and how
worried are you?
How long it would take?
I'm reasonably worried on this, and the rules they're changing
every
by
day.
the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I did want to comment on when I was running back in 2014. I was trying to take out a sitting congressman,
Right.
Matt Cartwright.
Yeah.
And he's still He's
Yeah,
still in there.
Yep.
He claimed to be pro-life. His pro-life voting record at that time was 0%. I think it's up to 17%.
Wow.
But he's being challenged this time. I think the candidate is Bognet. I think he's got a reasonable chance. And this was in a Trump district. Trump prevailed in Cartwright's district, so he's one of those 30.
You're up not far from Scranton, which is Joe Biden's hometown. Does Joe Biden get much traction in your neck of the woods?
I think he's going to be struggling if the yard signs are any indication.
I wanted to ask you, we were talking outside, we're talking with Dr. Dave Moylan, who is one of our leaders in Pennsylvania on our board, and Ned Pfeifer. You mentioned as coroner. So what's the and you're a physician, a medical doctor. What's the reality of coronavirus deaths? Well, tell us I know you said you get a snapshot of a county, and Schuylkill County is pretty rural, right?
We are rural, and I think we've dodged a bullet. We've seen maybe 55 deaths, which is pretty small. Our county's also not that small. It's about 142,000 people, but that's not been our problem the last 6 months. What we're seeing is almost a doubling of drug-related deaths.
Because of the people staying home, partly?
That certainly could be one explanation.
Wow.
But I am encouraged in that we're seeing our local police, our state police, our local DA are taking more of an interest in this. And I think there was, we were having a conversation outside about Singapore. Singapore had a unique approach to the drug problem. And in the 1970s, they came up with the Misuse of Drugs Act, and they made it a capital crime to to be a drug trafficker. You only had to have 2 ounces of marijuana or a gram of hashish, and you were a drug dealer, and they would execute people, and that certainly took the problem away.
Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to have someone out of the White House. I believe we're going to have someone from Peter Navarro's office. And one of the things that the deaths you talk about from opioids, fentanyl is almost exclusively produced by the Chinese and shipped in through Mexico. And it has, you could tell me better, it kills people. It's a terrible thing.
We see a lot of fentanyl toxicity, and you can kind of track what might be diverted medical fentanyl by other chemicals that are in it, and you can spot by and large an illicit dose of fentanyl. And I'm seeing unbelievable levels in the bloodstream. When somebody's wearing a medical patch, say of 100 micrograms, it would give you a level of 3.8. We're seeing, I just saw one of 150, which would bring down an elephant. And the fellow that died in Minneapolis, I've spoken to our pathologist, and he had on firm evidence that the level was 11, which is 4 times what you'd see in a medical case, and he was essentially a dead man walking.
There's no cover that. All right, as you know, we're talking on Eagle Countdown. We're talking about, the title is America on the Brink, and we're preparing for the election. With all that has to do with elections, has to do with people voting and all. But we also are talking about what in the Trump administration, almost 4 years in, we've talked about promises kept. From your standpoint, Dave, when President Trump was running and how he's in office, what's your favorite promise kept, the thing he's done that has meant the most to you?
We had just heard it from one of your other speakers, but he's the pro-life champion. He's championed that cause.
Yeah.
And I think that's his number one contribution.
I think his number one contribution is that he told Phyllis Schlafly who would be on his list of Supreme Court appointees, and he has appointed 2 of them. And the same people are on the list that he's thinking about appointing right now for the replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I think that's one of his most important contributions to the.
Well, and to flesh out that story, on March 11th, 2016, there was a side room off of in the Peabody Opera House in downtown St. Louis, Ned, your old hometown, and on the side room, a dressing room about the size of this table, and myself and Phyllis Schlafly and then candidate Donald Trump met, and in that conversation, about 20 minutes, Phyllis Schlafly said, I need you to appoint good judges like Scalia and who had passed away already, and Justice Thomas. And Trump said, I will, and had that conversation. And then also the platform. Phyllis asked, candidate Trump said, I've worked my whole life to get this platform conservative. Will you support it in Cleveland when you get there if he gets a nomination, which she thought he would? And he said, yes, I will. And of course, in Cleveland, when Phyllis was, you were there, you both were there.
Yeah, we were both there.
And Phyllis got this great platform. Trump supported it. And all these years later, it's still in effect. And so it was an extraordinary conversation. And as you say, he promised it. He kept the promise, which in politics is about as different as most things.
Well,
but it's been
Phyllis got President Trump to. She was one of the first people to endorse him, one of the first conservatives to endorse him, and he got him to agree to two things: to appoint judges like Scalia, and to support the Republican platform.
Right.
He did both those things, and he was so close to Phyllis that when Phyllis died on September 5th. President Trump insisted on coming to his funeral.
Yeah.
And I have a picture of you and me, and I'm holding out my thumb promising in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
After her funeral.
Yeah, that's right about now, 4 years ago, right about
That's
now,
right.
just a few days
Exactly.
ago, she had died. And yeah, that's right.
That was in 2016.
Yep, that's right.
And he was there. I have a picture of it, and we did deliver
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
we did deliver
by
Pennsylvania. All right, here's a question from one of
44,000
our, Sam from Facebook says, in your eyes, is Pennsylvania definitely going to be either Trump or Biden? You know, is it one of them going to win, or is it still a toss-up, and is it going to be razor thin and chaos? What's your sense?
Well, I think with the support of the northeastern part of the state and the central part, G.T. Thompson's area, I think, and in fact the western part, other than just Allegheny County, I think we have enough Republican votes that we can carry Pennsylvania again in 2020, just as we did in 2016, especially if we can minimize the Democratic votes for Biden in Philadelphia, in the Philadelphia area.
Pennsylvania is a big gun state. And in fact, the day after the Monday after Thanksgiving, the state shuts down because of the hunting people. So I'm hopeful that NRA and the
Second Amendment supporters are going to
come through.
The other factor, I think, is that Pennsylvania is now the largest producer of natural gas in the world, and people, the Democrats and the liberals are coming out saying we cannot have any more fracturing. Well, fracturing has resulted in the natural gas production being as high as it is.
Right.
And there's a huge employment of people in that natural gas industry, and I think that's the other factor that's going to carry or help to carry.
Well, and
Trump
Biden has been. And Biden knows what you're saying. He's been flip-flopping, trying to flip-flop on it. He said he was against it. He said now he's not going to be for it, but he won't ban it or something. It's crazy. It's a crazy thing to try. But I think you're right. How about another question? How much of a concern is races being stolen by fraud in Pennsylvania? Maybe the better way to ask that is how many of your congressional races or others are overlapping enough with Philly and Pittsburgh where the jurisdictions might have election day chaos? What's your thoughts on fraud in Pennsylvania?
Well, when we lived in Pittsburgh, from 2009 until we moved to Philadelphia, we were poll watchers in Pittsburgh, and we watched very carefully. We were assigned to various polls and watched very carefully. And we saw some fraud, and we also got some lawyers involved in that fraud, and they corrected it. So I'm hoping that the poll watching group will watch for that fraud and keep it being corrected.
I predict that election law lawyers are going to be busy for a week or two after the election
in Pennsylvania. Yeah, because of Philly and Pittsburgh and everywhere else. Yeah, it is. It does seem likely. I mean, earlier again. All right, then. So the next question is, if your favorite Trump, I asked this of everybody that's on, your favorite Trump success, we got that, promise kept. what should voters do? What's the average, not voters, what's the average person? You're talking to a newly interested person who says, I care about the issues you care about, Dave. I want to go out. What do you tell them to do right now for the next 42 days? Don't say buy ammo. Don't say buy ammo. You already covered that one.
I was just reading a biography of Elliot Ness, who actually died in upstate Pennsylvania.
Huh.
But when he
not
was,
of COVID. Not of COVID.
No, in the 50s he died. But it's turned out he wasn't registered to vote. This law fighter.
Is that right?
Yeah. So
wow.
I think he corrected it, but that was in his 30s. So get out, register to vote, and turn out on election day.
And volunteer to be poll watchers too. We need a
Does
lot
Pennsylvania have a problem with that? Every place does, but do you guys have a pretty good record or what?
We have a good record of correcting it, where we've been poll watchers, and other people have done the same thing. But I think it's very important to get out and be poll watchers at every single precinct that we can possibly do it, and watch and keep the vote as honest as possible. I think that's so important.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Well, thank you. Pennsylvania Eagle Forum. Appreciate it. By the way, in case Sam is watching, our great friend Sam Lassant, he's a great TV host up in Dave's neck of the woods, and so we put that out just for him. If he's not watching, then tell him we're taking it down and not supporting
Sam looks forward to interviewing you again at the end of October.
We need to get up there. Good. All right. Well, Pennsylvania is a key state, and so thanks, guys, for coming in. All right, we're going to now. Remember, Eagle Countdown. We've got about another hour and 15 minutes tonight, and then tomorrow night and Tuesday night, and all this will be available online. And so Eagle Countdown, if you have questions, comments, push them in now. We're going to take another one of these commentaries, Phyllis Schlafly commentaries, then we'll come back. David Horowitz, the great David Horowitz, his newest book is called Blitz, and he'll explain, although he says how Trump is going to win and beat the left, and then he says after the election the left is still going to be as crazy as ever, so it doesn't always get me excited. But David Horowitz will be with us, and then in this Phyllis Schlafly Center, Lee Smith, who's written the two best books on basically the Russiagate, the Russia hoax, and the perpetual coup. I think he calls it the permanent coup. He'll be coming into the Phyllis Schlafly Center, and we'll talk with Lee Smith. So watch these Phyllis Schlafly commentaries, and we'll be right back. Thanks for.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report, a daily broadcast dedicated to keeping you in touch with many of today's most important issues and examining how those issues directly affect our traditional values. And now, here is author and constitutional lawyer Phyllis Schlafly.
Dr. Billy Graham said, if America is to survive, we must elect more God-centered men and women to public office, individuals who will seek divine guidance in the affairs of state. Christians should get involved in good government, not to conform, but to transform. Well, tomorrow is Election Day. It's a very important Election Day. Tomorrow, the United States will elect a president, a vice president, 1/3 of the U.S. senators, all of the U.S. congressmen, the majority of the 7,000 state legislators, and thousands of county and local officials. Only half of Americans vote on Election Day. Are you going to be one of the half who cares enough to go and vote? Edmund Burke said, all that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. In the United States, we proudly assert our belief in self-government. But are you part of the process of self-government? Or have you decided merely to complain or to pray while letting others usurp your rights as an American citizen to participate in the process of government? Make no mistake about it, if you forfeit your citizens' right to participate in the process of self-government, others will gladly fill that vacuum. Government affects you and your family more than anything else. Government decides how much you pay in taxes and whether our sons are sent off to fight in foreign wars. Government policies can promote prosperity or inflation and unemployment. Do you want your life and your money to be controlled by politicians you did not choose, who make decisions you do not like? Or do you want to help choose the officials and the policies you want? In the United States, government is shaped by politics through the democratic election process. You need to find out who's running, and you need to find out who you want to vote for. Only you can make that decision. Proverbs tells us, with good men in authority the people rejoice, but with the wicked in power they groan. Tomorrow is your chance.
You've been listening to the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Eagle Forum believes in the tremendous power of political involvement at the local level. Write us at Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002, and we'll help you get started as a precinct committeeman, the most powerful office in the world. Ask for our brochure called The Most Powerful Office. That's Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. Thanks for listening, and join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It's Eagle Countdown. Great to have you with us tonight. And we're into the evening here on the East Coast. And it is, we've got our time together. As I mentioned, it's kind of strategy session, getting together and understanding what's at stake. And the title is Eagle Countdown, America on the Brink. Our next guest, I was going to introduce you, David, with with your book, Blitz, Trump Will Smash the Left and Win. And David Horowitz is a best-selling author, and he's got all kinds of accolades. But David, I thought you'd enjoy this more. In October 2002, Phyllis Schlafly's October 2002 report, she writes this: since David Horowitz became disillusioned with radical goals of the left, he's been trying to teach Republicans and conservatives how to combat the left's tactics. David asserts that, quote, the left-wing activists who now make up the core of the Democratic Party understand the nature of political war in our democracy, and Republicans quite simply don't, end quote. And then she goes down a paragraph later, David, and she says, David Horowitz's warning is stern. In political warfare, if only one side is shooting, the other side will soon be dead. Republicans should study David Horowitz's book, The Art of Political War, in order to gird for the next judicial nomination battle that will surely come. So first of all, welcome. Oh, you can't hear me, David?
I can't hear.
No, David can't hear me there, guys.
I can't hear.
Oh, shoot. That's
I don't get any sound.
David's not getting any sound, huh? I think we seem to be getting. I hear you.
I don't know what to do.
What do you want to do, Ryan?
I don't see a thing that says sound.
I think it's on. I hear you.
Sorry.
We can hear you. You look good. You look good too.
I don't know. No, it's no sound.
Why don't you try to call him back? He's got a headset. Let's see if he's got a headset. Anyway, okay, no one else can hear you, David. David is trying to get his headset on. Okay, we'll have to to him. We'll see what we can do. Sorry about that, everybody. That was too bad. Okay, let's move on though. All right, everybody, let me talk a little bit more about, I'll keep the earpiece in case we get him hooked up. What we've got the rest of the week, the rest of the 2 nights of the Eagle Countdown. Tomorrow we'll get a more specific discussion of judges, because we will actually have in our Phyllis Schlafly Center, we will have the great and esteemed Chuck Grassley. Actually, I'm looking at it now. I think I'm getting it wrong. Chuck Grassley will be in on Tuesday. Tomorrow we will have Senator Ted Cruz, and also, oh gosh, there, now I got it, excuse me. Tomorrow, I'm just running you through this because we're trying to see if we can get David Horowitz linked up. Tomorrow we will have Senator Chuck Grassley at the beginning of our program, Roger Stone, and Jack Posobiec. Yeah, I can hear you. So Jack Posobiec will be with us too. So we'll get all that tomorrow, and we'll finish by giving an award that we will also re-award at Eagle Council in a few months, and that is the Singlob Award for service to America, named after General Jack Singlob. And amazingly, Sidney Powell will be here in the Phyllis Schlafly DC Center, and we'll give her that award. So it will be something to see with Sidney here. We'll cover a lot of ground with her, so look forward to that. Okay. I mentioned David Horowitz's book, Blitz, and it's this book here. It's a very useful primer for what's going on the election. And the other one I want to get you to look at is this one here, Promises Made, Promises Kept. And let me tell you my favorite promise kept. And I was looking at this last night in preparation. The one that I like the best is a surprise to me, because I didn't quite, I've been a little bit mixed on this as a conservative point, and that is religious freedom. A lot of times people wanted to go for religious freedom protection when they weren't able to fight for more progress. It felt like you were retreating. This president has stood up for religious freedom in a way that I didn't know we needed to. I didn't expect we would need to, and in a way that has been really extraordinary. So that's been a huge, and that's in here. That's, I forget what number it is in here. That is in here, and you'll want to check that out in the list. Let me remind you what this book is here. We've got the top 100 Trump promises made, promises kept. Okay, and so we go 100, one per page, 1 to 100 on the key promises and all the details, and then we back them up with even more, with links to the internet, and we do that, and you can go to a website and see all the backup for each of these 100. And then I included a couple of the key speeches, and the key speeches that the president made that really lay out his agenda. 2 of the speeches are at the UN, which are unbelievable, and then one of them is the speech at Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore is an unbelievable speech. And then the book closes. If you look at the back of the book, it's got the oath, the American oath of office, the oath that's in our law, and as read by General Michael Flynn. And the reason that I did that is because at the back of the book we put an afterword of Michael Flynn. He wrote a 2 or 3 page afterword, and we were able to include that in the book. So you want to get this book to know the top 100 wins, and then also these great speeches. And if I'll tell you what, it's very cheap to buy it. We made it a paperback. You can hand it to your friends or your enemies and give them something to look at and try to fight back on what's going on. So, all right, do we have David Horowitz now? David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. Okay, now I got to go back because I'm sorry that our Eagle Countdown, we've got viewers all across the country, David, and we're gathered here in the Phyllis Schlafly Center in D.C., and David's on the West Coast where he lives. But, David, I want to tell you, I was introducing you. You got this important book we'll talk about in a minute, Blitz, Trump will smash the left and win. New York Times best-selling author, founder of the David Horowitz Freedom Center. But, David, I was reading this. In 2002, Phyllis Schlafly wrote her Phyllis Schlafly report, and at the end of the column, and the end is really where she drops the hammer and says what you have to do in the election. In the episode in the report, October 2002. She's talking about David Horowitz and how he's the only one that can tell Republicans how to fight. And Phyllis Schlafly writes, David Horowitz's warning is stern. Quote, in political warfare, if only one side is shooting, the other side will soon be dead, end quote. Phyllis is writing, Republicans should study David Horowitz's book, The Art of Political War, in order to gird for the next judicial nomination battle that will surely come. So, welcome, David Horowitz. That's the best I could do an introduction. Phyllis Schlafly praising your book. So, how are you today?
I'm fine. It's like Trump did it today. He's going after Princeton as a racist university. He's got to love this guy.
Yeah,
He's doing it right. I wish more Republicans were that aggressive.
Well, Princeton's president says we're a racist university, and so Trump says, okay, we'll open an investigation. So, I mean, it's kind of like, all right, David, I don't want to skip the things I'm doing with every one of our guests. Eagle Countdown, we've got a bunch of speakers from all over, and they come in different ways. I ask everybody 2 questions in common. One is, Trump has had all kinds of promises that he kept, right? I cataloged 100 of them in this book. What's your favorite promise kept by Donald Trump and his administration?
To me, it's the economy. I'm focused on the culture wars and everything. I hadn't realized that all these presidents betrayed us. Bush, Clinton, Obama, either too lazy or just didn't care enough about Americans to prevent them from having their pockets picked by the Chinese, the Japanese, the Europeans. I was completely unaware that we were being snookered. I think he uses that word.
Yeah.
And such suckers. I'm so impressed with what he's done. But there are so many problems. I have a whole chapter of my book splits it comes right after I have 2 chapters on impeachment, and impeachment by any means necessary. I forget what the other one is called.
What the president actually did, I think.
What the president actually did. But it's amazing. He destroyed ISIS. He killed Baghdadi. He killed Soleimani. I mean, this is huge. It's Obama who created ISIS. There's a big difference. It's Obama who put Iran at the center of our policy, took them out of isolation, lifted the sanctions, gave them $200 billion to buy IEDs to blow our brave warriors up. And it's Trump who, in this peace deal that Nancy Pelosi, I mean, this woman is such a traitor. She's so deserving of being an elected official, let alone the Speaker of the House. She calls it a distraction when Trump has put together a Sunni Arab alliance, which we are part of, and Israel is part of, and isolated Iran. This is all directed against Iran, although not too many people are saying it. Brilliant.
David, if you, now we're facing down this election in 43 days, and now we have Phyllis's quote in 2002 followed David Horowitz's book, The Art of Political War, regarding a judicial nomination. So we got a street. What's that?
I was crying in the wilderness for 30 years telling Republicans not to be so nice. Yeah. And then along comes Trump and just blows the whole thing up. Now we have an army. Now we have all these wonderful rallies of people are ready to fight. It's great.
So what happens on November 3rd?
Supreme Court. He didn't, put his finger in the air. He didn't take a poll. He didn't test anything. I'm the president. I'm supposed to appoint Supreme Court justices. Well, I'm going to do it.
David, what happens on November 3rd?
Yikes. I don't know. I'm waiting to see what the White House will do. It's very worrying. As you know, they're preparing a coup. They want to do what that Pennsylvania justice did, which is you delay the Pennsylvania counting for 2 weeks. Well, that takes Pennsylvania out of the result. Then you get all the lawyers to send. Remember what happened in 2000 in Florida.
Right.
Look, America is broken. People have to recognize that. The Democrats are anti-American party. They want to abolish the Electoral College. No reasons that based on the Constitution. Mark Levin said it. I might have been this morning even. They're against the Constitution. They want to abolish the Senate. They want to abolish the filibuster. They want to pack the Supreme Court if they don't get their way. They have no respect for the American political system. Very, very dangerous times we live in.
David, we're talking
for it. Why are we having mail-in ballots? If the Corona, how many football stadiums are there? How many high school gyms? How many large areas where people could socially distance, wear the stupid masks, and vote?
Yeah.
They don't even believe in the mask. They've let out tens of thousands of prisoners because of coronavirus. If the masks work, just give them masks. Don't to kill again.
All right. So, David, after the election, let's say the election goes, and in a couple of states, earlier in the program we had Catherine Engelbrecht of True the Vote, and she said
Catherine. I did our first commercial for her organization.
Oh, really? Yeah. So she said something that I think people need to realize. The left is not just targeting the swing states, because if they can cause chaos in a Republican state such that there's not electoral votes counted, then they'll mess up the electoral votes. The Constitution requires a majority, and so
and they lie every time they move their lips.
Yeah.
Here's one statistic I saw. In California, 500,000 people refused or wrote in saying they can't be jurors. They were on the jury rolls. They were called to jury duty and said, I can't do it because I'm not a citizen. Where do you think the 500,000 names came from? The voter roll.
Right.
5,000 illegals who are going to get mail ballots.
All right. So now, David, now the second question I ask every guest on here on the Eagle Countdown is, what do you tell people, the people watching right now and they're at home in their communities, what should they do in the next 42 or 43 days? Now, don't tell me they should vote, because that's what everybody says, vote. And you're David Horowitz. You got to say something about fighting.
We need them at the polls. They have to be poll watchers. They have to go out and knock on doors and get people out to vote. But they have to fight these lies at every level. Trump did not kill 200 million Americans. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see
it. No, he didn't kill any coronavirus patients. He doesn't control the healthcare systems. The governors do. We live in a federal system. Of course, the Democrats just ignore that. So if you want to put somebody in jail for killing people, try Andrew Cuomo.
Right. Well, that's right. And David Horowitz. We're talking with David Horowitz. We're talking with David Horowitz. By the way, his book is Blitz: Trump Will Smash the Left and Win. And he was
Democrats, the racists that they are. Identity politics is racism. What? We have to have a black female be vice president. We don't know who she is. We don't know what her qualifications are. But as long as she's black, it's okay. This is racism. Pure.
So, David, what happens on the day after the election when they start to try to steal it, like they did to Norm Coleman and the country? What? Let me say differently. What should people do?
Worry about our military. Look at this. We've had the greatest civil destruction in the history of the country. Riots everywhere. Trump wants to call out the troops to stop the arsons and the rioting. And we had a chairman of I don't know if it was the chairman, but one of the members of the Joint Chiefs said the military can't get involved in politics. Burning buildings is not politics. Politics in America is persuading people to resolve things through an election. So I'm very worried about the military, and the one confidence I have is that Trump knows this enemy well. Other Republicans blind themselves to what they're facing. They think they're dealing with nice people. They think they're dealing with reasonable people. These are not reasonable people. You take the greatest peace deal in a generation and you call it, oh, Trump is just distracting from the coronavirus. That's Ms. Pelosi. You have, we do not have a loyal opposition anymore. We have a disloyal opposition. And people have to call them out when they do that.
All right, let's talk for a minute about the Supreme Court nomination and the vacancy on the Supreme Court. I read at the beginning of this exchange that Phyllis Schlafly was saying, read The Art of Political War by David Horowitz to fight on that judicial nomination. What should happen in the next 42 days?
The Hispanic woman from Florida.
Say that again?
If I were Trump, my appointment would be the Hispanic woman from Florida. That's a big whammy for them. It affects the Hispanic vote. It affects Florida. This is war, people. Trump understands it's war. That's the big difference between him and everybody else.
So
the Democrats have lived the war, as I said, for 30 years. I've been saying, don't call them liberals. They're vindictive bigots. Why would a Republican call these people liberals? What are they liberal about except sex, hard drugs, spending other people's money, coddling criminals, and defending our enemies? The Democrat leadership condemned Trump for killing Soleimani, who was the chief terrorist in the world, for crying out. That's unbelievable.
All right. By the way, our Eagle Countdown viewers, if you have questions or comments, whatever platform, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, feel free to send them in for David Horowitz. We'll ask him some questions here. We've got a few more minutes. Okay, but back to David. What's going to be like in the next 42 days in terms of the judicial nomination? Will the left they go crazy like they did with Kavanaugh because they can't resist?
And then they got all these. I hate calling them revolutionaries because that's a positive. They're criminals. We have had, I don't know how many actual criminals, but there's tens of thousands of them. You've seen them in the streets. You see them on TV. They're going to do mayhem. Somebody just sent Trump a package of ricin, which is a deadly poison. I worry about his health. I worry about his safety every time he goes out. I think there will be violence. This is war. Black Lives Matter is a racist, violent, Marxist organization that hates America. They'll do anything. And they don't, it's not just the Supreme Court justice. They understand they're losing power. The Trump landslide is obvious. The Democrats win when the Republicans get 8% of the vote, or they didn't actually. Even in 2016, Trump only got 8% of the black vote and was able to win. The polls show he's getting 20%. That's the end of the Democrat Party as it exists today, a racist party that depends on having blacks on the plantation and in its pocket and doing nothing for them except getting their votes.
One of our Facebook viewers just asked who Trump should pick for SCOTUS, and I know, David, you already said the Hispanic woman from Florida, so I'll just answer that so the viewer has that. But David, back to the election, getting ready to vote, and you said you got to fight back on the lies. But, what about the media? I mean, it's good that they've shown themselves to be so bad, but they're so far gone now. It's almost impossible to fight your way through the disinformation.
Again, I mean, conservatives and Republicans are so civilized and nice. It's too bad we don't have riots outside CNN and MSNBC. When they lie and lie and lie. I mean, I don't want to go into personalities, but all of them, they're compulsive liars and no shame, and they're racists. Anybody who disagrees with a Democrat is automatically called a racist.
All right, here's a question from a viewer, David. A viewer asked this question, David. What should a law-abiding Christian woman do to confront Antifa? Go to the riots?
No, lady, that's not for you. They're violent. They're evil people. They are violent. They're fascists. They think that everybody, if you read there's an Antifa, it's called the Antifa Handbook on Amazon. I think you can get it for $1 or something. It's a very boring book, but the whole thesis of the book explains them. If you disagree with us, you are either a racist or a fascist, and we will silence you by any means necessary. So if you're a good Christian woman, you don't want to be confronting Antifa. What you want to be doing is there are plenty of Democrats who don't realize what they're doing. They're intelligent people, they're intimidated. I mean, I think there's plenty who understand that Nancy Pelosi is a menace, but they don't have the courage to stand up. So reach to your ordinary Democrat neighbor and try to persuade them.
All right, David, we got to move on to our next one. We got Lee Smith here, the great writer too, and we'll talk to him. So any last encouragement for our Eagle Countdown viewers as we head towards the last 42 or 3 days?
Well, the subtitle of my book is Trump Will Smash the Left and Win.
So be optimistic, even though it seems like it's daunting.
Fight like your lives depended on it, because they do.
All right. Thank you, David. Thanks very much, David Horowitz. I mentioned, and I'll put up on social media, David, that great time in 2002 where Phyllis was quoting you. I'll send you the link, too, so you can. That's a keeper. That's a keeper. So thanks, David.
Send me your book, too.
I will do it. I will. Thanks, David. Okay. David Horowitz, the great David Horowitz. By the way, I meant to say frontpagemag.com. You can see a lot of his writings and also his team out there, the David Horowitz Freedom Center and so many other great things that he does. His books are phenomenal. I didn't even spend time, but for the Eagle Countdown viewers, he's written a series of books that are about his almost memoirs, spiritual memoirs that are extraordinary too. So amazing guy. Okay, we're going to take a break and we'll play another Phyllis commentary so that Lee Smith can get in the chair here, and we'll spend some time talking to the great Lee Smith about his new book and his book from last year too. And we'll be right back.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report, a daily broadcast dedicated to keeping you in touch with many of today's most important issues and examining how those issues directly affect our traditional values. And now, here is author and constitutional lawyer Phyllis Schlafly.
We look forward to the election tomorrow in the hope that we can decisively reject Barack Obama's plans to fundamentally transform the United States. Here are some goals we hope the new members of Congress will address. In regard to taxes, we want them to vote against all tax increases and new taxes, vote to cut federal spending to the pre-bailout level, and vote to abolish the death tax. We want the new Congress to repeal Obamacare, vote for legislation providing that all health plans receiving federal tax benefits must include the availability of high-deductible insurance with health savings accounts, and vote for a government-wide ban on the funding of abortions in any health plan that receives federal benefits. Here are some items we do not want the new Congress to vote for. We do not want them to vote for any amnesty for illegal aliens or for any funds to enable the Attorney General to sue to knock out Arizona's popular immigration enforcement law. We do want the new Congress to order the federal government to build a fence on our southern border, which was legislated in the Secure Fence Act back in 2006, and to send U.S. troops to our southern border to prevent illegal entry, and for legislation requiring that aliens seeking to enter or remain in the United States must renounce a belief in jihad, Sharia, polygamy, child marriage, arranged marriage, and female genital mutilation. We do want Congress to prohibit Mexican trucks on U.S. roads and to stop giving the benefits of U.S. citizens to babies born to illegal aliens, and vote to prohibit the use of taxpayer funds for any activity designed to promote union with North America or foreign countries. And very important, we want Congress to vote against any bills that exceed Congress's constitutional powers.
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report from Eagle Forum. Chances are you or someone you care about is unemployed or underemployed. At eagleforum.org, in a blog conversation with Phyllis Schlafly, we're weighing the causes and solutions of this national crisis. One thing is certain, more government spending is not the answer. Join the blog at eagleforum.org. Thanks for listening, and join us next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Welcome back. It's Ed Martin. It's Eagle Countdown, and we're finishing strong tonight because I've been looking forward to this. In fact, I think, Lee, I don't know if we've ever met face-to-face, have we? No, first time, which is very cool. I've had Lee on my radio show a bunch of times, and for all our folks, I just did get a text from one of our viewers who said, do me a favor and tell everybody to share this on social media, on Twitter and everywhere. Share the Eagle Countdown and get the word out in general. And we'll be back, don't forget, we'll be back again tomorrow, 2 more nights, so 2 more late afternoon, 4 o'clock East Coast time. And I mentioned Senator Grassley will be in tomorrow. We'll have a message from Rand Paul. I think it'll be recorded earlier in the day, and a lot more. So our next guest, though, is Lee Smith, who I would say has the distinction. He's been a journalist and a writer, but in the last couple of years, he's written 2 books, The Plot Against the President, which was a bestseller, and then this newest one, which is called The Permanent Coup: How enemies, foreign and domestic, targeted the American president. Lee Smith, welcome to the program. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Ed, for inviting me. It's a real pleasure.
It's great to be here. Now, before we get to the book a little bit, I want to ask you, our Eagles are across the country and the world. I know at least one is in Poland watching. But I ask people, this book we put together, Top 100 Trump Promises Made, Promises Kept. First question for everybody on, what's your... Of all the things that you heard the candidate Trump say, became president these 3.5 years, what's your favorite promise kept?
Yeah, there's a lot. The big one right now, which I write about in the book, and which I wrote an article last week in Tablet magazine. The big one, and it's enormous. I really think that this is what the last 4 years have been about. This is what the last 6 months have been about, and that was candidate Donald Trump's promise to challenge China, and that's what he's done, and that's why we are seeing an enormously brutal response to now President Trump. And we look at the different things that have been going on. The way that I describe it is I refer to it as the China class, right? And so what they're doing is they are protecting against Donald Trump. They are protecting their center of gravity, which is their relationship with the Chinese Communist Party. So when Donald Trump said, and we know that he must have kept this promise, otherwise they wouldn't be going after him the way they have been. And this is what these series of information operations, this is a large part of it. There's a number of reasons they're going after the president, but I see this as one of the major reasons.
We're talking with Lee Smith. The Permanent Coup is his newest book. The China question. So now I say this. He's going after China, and China is like the Soviet Union on steroids in terms of influence and infiltration, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
When we write the history of this period...
I think it's much worse, actually.
Much worse.
No
I mean, university systems have been compromised, institutions, nonprofits have been compromised, our higher ed has been infiltrated. Anyway, you get the point.
Yeah.
So China's against Trump, communist regime. Big tech doesn't like much of it.
Right.
I mean, generally. Now the media, much of the media, the big CNN, MSNBC, obviously, how do you win?
Right. Because you have the American people on your side. That's that was his promise. He said, "I'm going to." Other people have recognized this. Donald Trump was not the only person who's ever recognized it, but Donald Trump is the first person who became president who had recognized it and who was talking about this. And so the idea that Donald Trump is making good on that promise. This has, again, so you're talking about China. It is also the tech industry. It's the traditional media. It's the cultural industry as well.
Right.
Whether we're talking about sports, especially the NBA, whether we're talking about Hollywood, whether we're even talking about the arts community in places like New York and Los Angeles, because their relationship, China is an enormous market for them to exploit. If you look at places like Sotheby's and Christie's, it's enormous.
Right.
And so by Donald Trump saying, I'm taking that on, he took on an enormous class of those whose center of gravity rests with the Chinese Communist Party. It's an enormous deal. And so just to have done that is a historical, a profound move for a president. And how do you win? Again, I think the American people hear it. The American people heard it. The American people have been saying for a long time, saying we're dying here, we're getting crushed. Our elites, our leaders are selling us out to China. What's happening? Now people understand, have a better, especially after the coronavirus, right? For all of the tragedies that have come out of this, one of the things that people now understand is what a serious threat. The people who didn't understand before, they now understand China is not a responsible actor in the community of nations. It's an enormous problem. So that's how I think that Donald Trump, that America comes out on top. You have a pro-American president, and you have the American public.
Yeah. We're talking with Lee Smith. And Lee's, I mentioned your first book, The Plot Against the President, which maybe take these two together. The first one was like, look, they tried to take the president down. This one is how it's a permanent coup.
Yeah.
the permanent coup. So we had like Michael Anton write a piece a few weeks ago about the coup coming. The November, you can hear there's 1,000 lawyers hired by the left. They're going to go out. Earlier today, Catherine Engelbrecht says to us, when you talk about True the Vote, she said they're not just going after swing states, they're going after Republican states, because if you cause chaos in a Republican state and tie up their electoral votes, you then can, when you go to the Electoral College, you have to have a true majority of all the electoral votes. It's not all the present, right? So anyway, her point was, don't think it's only that. So the permanent coup, and in the book, the guy that is my hero of a lot of these is Mike Flynn, General Flynn, what's happened to him. But he's
a major part of that.
He's a major part of this book. In fact, Joe Flynn will be on the program, on the countdown 2 nights from now, Tuesday night. Before we get to some of the book, do you have any hope that Durham is going to deliver?
I do. I'm very hopeful. I mean, Attorney General William Barr has been very clear that this is the reason why he returned to government service, right? To sort this particular issue out, which started before the 2016 election, the FBI's phony investigation into the Trump campaign. And that's why Mr. Barr came back, and that's why he appointed Mr. Durham to do this work. So I am optimistic. What I'm less optimistic about is the title is The Permanent Coup. So you mentioned Michael Anton's fantastic piece before. And Michael has a brilliant new book out.
Yeah, he does.
The coup, he says, that is the coming coup, this has been going on for 4 years. Mm-hmm. What we have now is we have different people rotated into it. What started in the lead up to the 2016 election with people in with American spies, right? Former and current American spies. We now have, unfortunately, because it's very dangerous, not just unfortunately, it's very dangerously, we have former and perhaps current Pentagon officials as well, and I named some of them in that book, and the idea that they have joined to destabilize not just what we're leading into, but when we saw the riots, as the riots started to break out in the spring, former Pentagon officials helping to destabilize the American government. It's again, we continue to head into very dangerous and dark territory. But as I was saying before about President Trump, I'm optimistic about one thing, and that is I'm optimistic about the American public. Everyone understands what's at stake, and they are optimistic, and they are happy, I believe, in my reporting and just my speaking with people, to be living at such a meaningful time.
But the deep state, when you read this, the permanent coup, and you read about the names, and you go through them, and the Brennans and the Clappers, and those are the ones we know their names.
Right.
There's plenty of people. I was asking this about somebody. I could say I was asking Flynn, General Flynn, about it. When you get up to the top level of the military in the last 25 years, there was a conscious, especially under Obama, weeding out of conservative, sort of patriotic Americans. That's just the way it was. You weren't going to advance. It's a political advancement. So we know Brennan's name and Clapper's name, and I hope we find out more about what they did when the Durham report. But there's plenty of people that are still in there that have their head down, that are part of the permanent class, right?
Yeah. My concern is we've been speaking about the deep state rightly for 4 years for the issues that you're addressing, the way that these people have been embedded into the bureaucracies. One of the things that I show in that book, and this comes back to General Flynn, is it's higher than the deep state. These aren't just intelligence bureaucrats. They're not just even spy chiefs. I mean, we have to remember John Brennan worked out of the Oval Office for 5 years before he became director of the CIA, right? One of the things that we know from documents that have been released over the last several months, and which I report about in the book, is we see the hand of Barack Obama and Joe Biden, especially when it comes to tasking FBI Director James Comey to investigate General Flynn. It's shocking, right? No matter how we feel about Barack Obama, and I imagine that you were not a big Barack Obama fan of his presidency. I'll be open. I was not either. But I think nonetheless, we look at that and we see the hand of the President of the United States, and it's shocking to see that. So my concern, it's not just the different folks embedded in the bureaucracy. It's who's on top and who's moving it around, because the deep state is a living organism, right? They have interest. but they're not self-directed. They were directed over the last 4 years or during the Obama years by Barack Obama. And another argument that I make here, which comes out in one of the last chapters called Obama's Coup, is a lot of this is actually about preserving the policies and initiatives of the Obama administration.
Right.
And that's how I interpret the Joe Biden campaign.
Yeah.
Joe Biden is an avatar for Barack Obama's third term. That's what's happening. So
somebody should write a book, by the way. Maybe you'll tell me they have.
All
But
right.
from the election day, when they were stunned that Trump won, until Trump sworn in, that's not 100 days. I wish it was. We could call it Obama's 100 days, whatever it is. Obama's 70 days. That in there is where I think that they went beyond. It might have been doing. It's a little bit like I tell people. If you didn't know what Dan Rather was when he flamed out and showed his colors and see him now, you would have thought all those years, well, maybe he was a liberal, but he did the news. He did it every night. And Obama, if he didn't have the 70 days of Trump, where they're unmasking everybody, they're going and day to day, and you can't tell me that somebody doesn't have the ability to piece that together if they wanted to, the emails and all, and know exactly what they did.
Well, we're starting to get a clearer idea of that, because another document that was released in the spring was the list of different Obama administration officials who were spying on General Flynn. Right, there were at least 30. There are actually at least 40. Because Susan Rice is not on that list, but we know that she was doing. She said she was doing it, and it included Joe Biden, who was spying on General Flynn. So what that tells us is, it describes a culture of espionage that was promoted in that administration. So we're starting to get a better idea of what they were doing, what the Obama administration was doing to the incoming Trump team. And I don't mean to belabor what some people are going to think is ancient history, or at least past history, by talking about Barack Obama. The point is that this is the culture that Joe Biden now represents. This is the culture, the political culture that Joe Biden now embodies. So it's important when we see this man who people are describing as a moderate, as just a 47-year swamp rat. There's something else that's going on here too. That's much darker and much more nefarious.
Lee Smith, the book here is The Permanent Coup: How Enemies, Foreign and Domestic, Targeted the American President. Different question. Oh, by the way, on all our platforms, if you have questions, send them in. Questions or comments, I'll ask them. Lee, our team will pass them on to me. I'll ask Lee if you have questions. A little different. Trump wins a second term.
Yeah.
How serious does he get at really going after these folks?
Right. I think that will continue. I think they're serious now. He's obviously outraged, and he's right to be. And I think actually the way the president's handled it, he's handled it well. He's right to take it personally, but he's also right to say this should never happen to an American president ever again. I think he'll take it very seriously. One point that I make in the book, and that I make generally, is regardless of what happens in November, the struggle, what's described in The Permanent Coup, the effort to undermine the foundations of the Republic, that struggle will continue past November, past January. So the chaos and the violence that they're threatening now, I think it's right to take it seriously, but this is going to go on for a while.
Speaking of chaos, when you say the Biden campaign, or whatever campaign it might have been, but it was clear Biden had I tell people when they said I predicted Kamala Harris would get the VP, a lot of people did, but my reason was the number one endorsement, the number one candidate of it with endorsements by the superdelegates, the insiders of the Democrat Party, was Biden. Number two was Kamala Harris. Right, so in terms of the class of people that had become Obama, by the time his 8 years were over, he had the whole party, like Trump does already. But it wasn't Clinton's party anymore, even though she got the nomination. It was Obama's party. Everybody was an ambassador because of him and all. So there they are. But I feel like that it almost doesn't matter if Trump wins. Because, as you say, it's not going to end. They're not going to give up. They're not going to throw up their hands.
No, it's not going to end. Look, you mentioned something important, again, to see the direction that the country's moving in. You talked about Kamala Harris. And I remember here in Washington hearing all the talk on Capitol Hill and elsewhere. It's like, that's who Obama was backing, Kamala Harris, right? That's where the money was going. That's where the support was going. What happened? Kamala Harris proved entirely unappealing, inert, in fact, unlikable. What happens? Well, that's who pushed her through, right? This is the Obama Politburo who pushed her through, in spite of the fact that she proved absolutely unappealing to Democratic Party voters, right? So that's the way we're going. Right. It's not about what the voters want. All these decisions are being made above their heads and are being made by a Politburo.
Well, and I saw you when we were waiting. We were David Horowitz on. You had A Choice, Not an Echo, a copy of the updated book. And back then, Phyllis Schlafly in 1964 famously wrote about how the kingmakers kept giving the Republicans the same old echoes of the old things, and they kept losing. And that was her point. And I hope it's right. I hear from YouTube question: what is your understanding of how Democrats of goodwill don't see or admit to the clear law-breaking by top Democrats? That's a good question. Like, when you look at Schiff, he's just a caricature of a politician. He clearly was lying. He was misleading. Sorry, that's my ringer. My kids changed my ringer to a duck. And that was actually the White House, Lee. I didn't answer the White House for you. But anyway, so we'll see what they have to say. Maybe they're watching. But what do you think?
Well, obviously, Adam Schiff is not a Democrat of goodwill. Look, one of the points that I make in this book, in the earlier book, The Plot Against the President, is that the press is a central part of this. None of these operations could have happened without the presses playing a central role in it. So that information is not getting out to people. There are some people who would change their opinions. I know Congressman Nunes said when he was doing their investigation, which I write about partly in this book, but a lot in the first book, The Plot Against the President, they wanted to get that information out to the American public. And they felt like they could count when are they going to get past the 50-yard line with that. It's very hard because the press is making sure that real information is not getting out there. They're a central part of the operation. Yeah, but
at a certain point, aren't there some Democrats? I guess not. I mean, it's Obama's party, it's Obama's world, so there's not Democrats, who say, I've had enough of this. This is too much.
Apparently, very few. Look, this is one of the reasons why they've had to target Trump the way they have. Right? What does Donald Trump say? Donald Trump says, I want to protect American labor from China and I want to protect the American manufacturing base from China, and I want to protect American workers from unfair practices like illegal immigrants. And he's racist. Donald Trump is racist, right? It's astonishing, but it works and it holds, right? So it's very hard to get that actual message out to people because they just throw so much garbage against the wall and it sticks.
More questions from Facebook. What's your next book about?
I don't know yet. That's a very good question.
Excellent.
If anyone has any suggestions, I'll be glad to hear them.
Is there any way to get Joe Biden to have to answer questions that voters need to know about?
I don't know. Look, I think that all the questions that we have are already answered, right? We see how the appearance of Joe Biden and what he's doing. Again, my case is that he's an avatar for an Obama third term. So that's my big answer about the Biden campaign.
Well, I tell people the only thing that might save the American people to see more answers is at a certain point, you meet these people at this level when they're running for president, they get arrogant, they get confident. And Joe Biden, he pictures himself president. When he remembers he may say, well, I'm going to just go do what I want to do. And you're not going to tell me what to do. And maybe that's what gets it. We'll see. You think he has a debate? You think he does the debates?
I can't see into the crystal ball. It's hard to imagine it happening, but also I can't imagine him getting out of it at this point unless something magical happens. But what have we learned the last 4 years? all sorts of bizarre and ridiculous things happen because that's what's been going on between press and political operatives. That's what they're coming up with all the time. Maybe it'll be something spectacularly stupid, like the mailbox conspiracy theory.
Right.
That wouldn't surprise me in the least.
The violence in the cities. Yeah. When you watch that, do you think that's a piece of the permanent coup?
Absolutely. It's a central piece of it. But here's the thing. It's like, what are they doing? You have You have frontline Democratic Party militias, BLM and Antifa, and they're destroying blue cities. So what's going on, right? It's a very interesting point. So when we talk about the post-election violence, how do we see that unfolding? And that's why an important part of this is, what are the role of the states? What do the states do? What do the governors do? What do the attorney generals in these states do? Do they, withhold certification of votes? Does the National Guard come out if there is violence? But it's terrible. Look, I was raised in New York City. I love New York City, and it's horrifying and disgusting what the mayor and what the governor of the state and the mayor of the city have let happen to what was at one time one of the world's great cities.
Facebook, I'm a fan who discovered Lee Smith on the Pro America Report radio show. That's good.
Is very kind.
And thank you for your great writing, Mr. Smith.
Thank
that's
you.
good. We
That's
like
very
those
kind.
comments. That's
All
good.
right.
They don't. Someone says that they don't like either of us. We don't put them up on here.
Yeah.
We're like,
that's better even than a question. So
yeah, keep them coming.
Yeah, that's nice.
Lee, what happens with the Supreme Court? Read. I know you don't do crystal balls, but it's fun to try to make you.
Yeah.
What do you think's going to happen?
Well, look, everyone's. I see a lot of the commentary on social media, and it was like, well, we have to hang tough and do this. Look, it's perfectly legitimate. It's not like this is, we have to stick what down their throat? If we really want to stick something down their throat, let's think of something nasty to stick down their throat. This is a legitimate thing. Donald Trump is the president. This is what the president does, and we hold the majority. The Republicans hold the majority in the Senate. Why is this a strange thing? Because, as AOC says, because it was a dying woman's final wish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's talk about that for 1 second. If you make it to be a Supreme Court justice, it's like I tell people, it's like being you're a big league political player.
Yeah.
And she was, and I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying let's not pretend these people are different than they are. Yeah. Same thing with Scalia. Same thing with all the rights. You have to have political savvy. The stars have to align like one in a million. Right. She was a masterful political player in the 70s and 80s, pushing her agenda. 70s mostly, and then got on the bench. And for a decade, if you're a Court of Appeals judge, you're a political player trying to move up. She did it. The idea that we would listen and when someone has a deathbed statement about not picking the thing. To me, it was like embarrassing.
Well, I don't think that's her, actually, and I don't think it's her relatives. I think that's the Obama cult.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's where it comes from. Do I have evidence? Look, I've been studying the bizarre political machinations of that third world Politburo for 12 years now. That looks like it's the Obama cult. It's. I mean, it may be. The late Mrs. Ginsburg or her relatives. I tend to doubt it.
All right, one last question. Facebook, where can we find information to share about what the Democratic Party stands for on issues, and a simple explanation for elderly folks who are not sure that's your...
Well, no, that's a good question. It's kind of hard. We know what they're doing. They stand up and they're in opposition to Donald Trump, and that's sort of it.
Right.
And the things that they're for, the things that Donald Trump is for, which is what the president keeps saying. Joe Biden is... He's stealing from me,
right?
Which I guess is the sincerest form of flattery. But what are the things? Well, look, the other things that they stand for are, if we had a lot more time, we could break it down. I know we don't, but I know quite well in terms of foreign policy. One of the things that Joe Biden is talking about is re-entering the Iran nuclear deal, that was Obama's idea to legalize the nuclear weapons program of a terrorist state.
Right.
So if you want to know what they're doing in foreign policy in terms of dangerous parts of the world, that's what they're doing. And what has Joe Biden said about China? Joe Biden said they're a serious competitor, but the real problem is Russia. No, Russia is not the real problem. Right. Russia is an adversarial, at least frequently an adversarial state. But right now, China is the major strategic threat to the United States in every conceivable fashion. The fact that Joe Biden doesn't understand that, or he won't describe it as such, tells you about where the Biden campaign is.
Yeah. Well, to your point, if it's Obama's third term, that was one of his things he has to try to resurrect that. Okay, Lee. I might have asked you this a little bit, but what can normal voters do? They're out there, normal citizens. They know you've explained the permanent coup, the plot against the president. We now have all the Lee Smith. What can they do in the next 3 days?
Well, assuming they've read my book,
right?
No, keep the faith. keep the faith, right? This is, as I say, we're heading into some dangerous territory, some dark places. But again, I found, and it's really encouraged me, that people are just like, wow, what a time. We get to stand up and say what we believe about our country, what it stands for: promotion and protection of individual liberties, love of family and community and country, respect and admiration for our symbols, for our heroes, including the flag. I mean, it's great. Just keep the faith. Just people, keep your head up and your chin down, and keep walking into the fire.
All right, Lee Smith, The Permanent Coup is his recent book, and he's got a new baby boy, August.
Right.
So Augustus, right? Augustus.
Thank you.
Pretty cool. And thanks, Lee. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you for inviting me.
We're going to do another quick Phyllis Schlafly commentary real quick, and then we'll come back and wrap things up. Eagle Countdown. Don't forget, share it on social media, wherever you're on, whatever platform you're on right now. Share it on there and promote Lee Smith's book, The Permanent Coup, and we'll be right back.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is a constitutional lawyer, president of the National Pro-Family Organization Eagle Forum, and a member of the Commission on the Bicentennial of the United States Constitution. Now with today's report, here's Mrs. Schlafly.
Tomorrow is Election Day, and the national future of our country for years to come will be decided by what you and other Americans do. Probably only half of Americans will vote tomorrow. That is very sad. That means they are leaving all those decisions up to the other half who do vote. Tomorrow our country will choose a president, a vice president, 1/3 of U.S. senators, all U.S. congressmen, most state legislators, many governors and state officials, and countless local officials. You need to find out who represents you and who will vote for the policies that you think are important. At the national level, those public officials will make the decisions that affect you in the areas of taxes, national defense, and pro-life. Find out how the candidates at every level stand on the issues. Are they pro-life? Are they pro-family? Are they in favor of keeping taxes low? Are they for a strong national defense? At the state level, you need to investigate very carefully to find out where your candidates stand, especially on education, family, and pro-life issues. You personally can do a great deal to get out the vote. It doesn't matter who you're for if you don't do anything about it. Call 10 of your friends today and ask them to vote tomorrow. Ask each one of those friends to call 10 others. Call the members of your church congregation. Call the people in your neighborhood. Call the people in your social club or your women's club or your business club. All of these people are potential voters, and supposedly many of your friends and neighbors will share your views on candidates. But it really doesn't matter unless you vote. I urge you to make it your responsibility to get out the vote for your candidates.
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report, presented by Eagle Forum, leading America's pro-family movement since 1972. If you would like to know more about the goals and operations of Eagle Forum, write today and ask for our brochure. The address is Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. Include your name and address and ask for the Eagle Forum brochure. That address again, Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. And join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Welcome back, everybody. Eagle Countdown, great to be together. And please go to eaglecountdown.com, eaglecountdown.com. And over at phyllisschlafly.com is where all of our different Phyllis Schlafly Eagles stuff is. I want to tell you a couple things. One is we have enjoyed tonight. We've had some great comments from our viewers, and we appreciate it very much. Unbelievable guests. Thank you to our guests. So grateful. I mentioned as Eagle Council got delayed till January, February, we wanted to do this together, and our response was phenomenal. We had dozens of Congress members who wanted to record their promises kept, favorite promises kept, and all these authors and folks that came in. It's great. So we appreciate that very much. Thank them. Thank you for tuning in. Listen, we'll be back both tomorrow and Tuesday at 4 p.m. each day. And now we've had people asking to be a part of this, so we're probably going to go for closer to 5 hours each day. Tomorrow, Sidney Powell will be helping us finish up at the end of the evening. Jack Posobiec will be with us during the day. Roger Stone, Senator Chuck Grassley, Rand Paul. I think we're going to record something with Rand Paul earlier. And then on Tuesday, I was trying to think of, Joe Flynn is going to be with us, our General Flynn's brother, who is the head of his legal defense fund and has really gotten active this cycle. Of course, what is it, the 29th? General Flynn has his next hearing. We can talk to Sidney Powell. Did I mention Sidney Powell is going to be there tomorrow? I don't know if I said tomorrow. It's just a blur of people. And so we want to be together. And don't forget, you can always watch any of these programs afterwards. We'll put them up on our channels so you can see them and pass them on to other people. And we're focused on these sort of two aspects of America on the brink. That's what the title, Eagle Countdown, America on the Brink. One is remembering what has happened in the last 3.5 years, whether it's Lee Smith's book on the permanent coup, whether it's looking through and saying what are the things that the Trump administration have done directionally. In fact, it was great Lee mentioned China. Tomorrow we expect to have somebody from the White House to talk about the way the White House has fought back against China, the regime, in terms of trade and other things. So all these different successes that build up to why we want to see these policies continue is so important. But the second part of America on the Brink is what's happening in 42 days. What can we do to make sure that our voices are heard, our elections protected, our Constitution is respected, that we continue to build the communities that will do this. And a lot of you are already doing that. Our Eagles that are on the Eagle Countdown, they're doing it in their home communities. We've got a core of people who are already doing that, but lots of people have joined us and they're saying, how do we contribute? I mentioned at the very earliest, I do want to say this again, this is my pet peeve, this is Ed Martin right now. I really think you should take 5 minutes. If you can't do it tonight, do it tomorrow. But if you do it tonight, they'll still answer the phone. You can leave a message. Call your senators. It doesn't matter if they're Democrat. Just call your senators and ask them to confirm a U.S. Senate. There's going to be a nominee named this week, and the president's going to do that. Call and leave a message. 202-224-3121. 202-224-3121. May seem like a small thing to do. Not dumb, but small thing. But lots of the left is doing that, and we need to send a signal that we're paying attention to. So that's one thing you can be doing. And otherwise, as we talk about on the brink, more and more opportunities are coming clear when you listen to these experts, how you can contribute. Poll workers, registering voters, volunteering for congressional campaigns, all those things are important. Find your wheelhouse, find what's in your wheelhouse and do it. And it's important to do that and get that done. So let me finish up, say thank you to our team, Jordan and Ryan, Joanna, Rebecca, all of the folks that made this possible, pull this off, because it's our first run today and we've had to figure out some of these things on the fly. So again, we'll be back tomorrow. And listen, one last invitation. We want you to be a part of our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. And we want to invite you to be a member of our organization, our work together. And so we're going to be talking about that in the next 2 days also, how you can join us in this effort, because we're the band of warriors that make sure that the things we're talking about here, we figure out how to put them in action. Because Phyllis Schlafly, what she taught us and what she encouraged us to do was understand policy, conservative policy. A lot of people don't. A lot of even groups that think they do don't. And understand how it fits together with the Constitution. But the second thing is understand politics. And making the move from policy to politics is very uncommon. Most people know something about policy and nothing about politics, or just nothing about much. And but that's what we do. And so we want to ask you to be a part of that and help us to continue this work, because we've got a Supreme Court fight coming right now. We've got an election. We've got a post-election, whatever that will look like. And then even more importantly, the country's got to be governed. And that takes a lot of time and effort. And I'll just finish by saying that Phyllis opened a D.C. office. Our main headquarters is in St. Louis. That's the heart of America. But she opened a D.C. office to contribute to the Reagan administration. She opened in 1981, and make sure that Congress understood, because they need help. They need help to govern and to succeed. So that's what we intend to do. So thank you for being here tonight. And I will finish by offering a prayer. I thought that when we prayed earlier that we covered a lot of ground, but let me just offer a quick prayer, thanksgiving for our time together, and also you'll see. So, Father God, we thank you for this time and thank you for a chance to be together. We ask you to bless all who attended on this Eagle Countdown, and in a special way, we ask you to bless those men and women in our military and in our front lines of our law enforcement in this country. We've talked about so much that's gone on, so much that's happening. We just ask you to bless all those men and women that step up to protect us. And in a special way, we ask you to bless those who, like General Flynn, have suffered for us for the right things that they do. We ask all this. I ask all this. I'm careful to ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thanks, everybody. We will look forward to being together tomorrow, 4 p.m. East Coast time. You'll have to do math if you're in a different time zone, but you figure it out. And we'll look forward to it. So thanks, everybody. We'll talk then.